Not yet? Ah, no, I can hear myself too. Okay, sorry for the 2 minutes delay, but I think it's better if I have my hands free. I'm not used to having microphones. Usually they can hear me throughout the auditorium, but I think it's better if you have a microphone. So thank you for coming to this session and the great interest we had in participation in this session. And I know my name is Anastasia, and I come from the Joint Research Center. There was yesterday an introduction on what the Joint Research Center does from our director. But today we'll also try to explain a few things, because it's sometimes not very clear how the Joint Research Center works. But before that, I thought of continuing the discussion thread we had from yesterday, and it was also some of the points we have heard during the previous session, when was a kind of conclusions of what were the main points that were discussed yesterday. But I think it was a very productive day. Because for me, conferences come as a kind of discussion thread, and all sessions feed to a general narrative, I thought of just connecting the different dots. So we've heard several times yesterday that science and policy making are different worlds that stand apart. But on the other hand, we should think that both policymakers and scientists are actually addressing a common world, right? We're all citizens, and we're all people that belong to societies. So it's not like the kind of perhaps myth that it's completely two different things. Yes, they have different roles, they have different culture, different mentality, different timelines, different ways of working, and of course their role in society is very different, but on the other hand, again, we are working for societies. And as I say here, that's something I would like to introduce. Science for policy is one of the common narratives, but my unit is called Science for Democracy. Why? Because science, it's not for policy making per se, so that's not the narrative. That's the means to achieve better decisions for policy for societies. So it's not science for policy per se, it's science for democracy and societies. And it's important how science for policy is done, on the other hand, because if it doesn't follow the democratic principles, it may actually have several issues. We have also seen in the different panels we had yesterday points about the silos and fragmentation that exist in different configurations and levels. So it might be between scientists, between science and policymakers, between policymakers themselves. So this kind of fragmentation goes at different levels. In disciplines, it's not to be taken for granted that scientists also talk to each other, also in social sciences, and of course structures. So different levels, either in government, either in universities, either in research institutes, sometimes are not well connected. So that's a graph on how we work in the Joint Research Center and how we try to bridge this gap. It might seem a bit complicated, but that's the kind of complexity we're addressing every day. So you see that sources of information come from very different sources. So we have an abundance of knowledge and scientific complexity. So we try actually to work in collecting all this different knowledge that comes also from society, but we're producing also research by ourselves. And because we have two different dimensions in JRC, we have knowledge production and knowledge management. That's where actually all these lines come together in the functions of sense-making, filtering, distilling, and having a message. So in the end, you need to produce a message that can feed to this world of the policy-making perspective. So that is done in 3 different ways. The Revitalize 2030 JRC strategy speaks for 3 different ways of working. Anticipate, so anticipated culture helps really to make sure that we can somehow work with the future challenges, have preparedness, have readiness, and we can understand what is the impact for the future. Integrate, it's the kind of things that I've shown you, integrating different disciplines, different knowledge coming from different sources, and make it in a meaningful way a report, an output that can really be useful for policy making. And impact, we also need to assess what is going to be the impact of EU policies for the future, because whatever the EU decides, it's actually going to have an impact in many millions of people. And while we actually work in bridging science and policy making, we have identified that there are some specific areas of attention. So bridging science and policy requires skills and mindsets. So it means that it's not something that is straightforward. You need to develop the skills and competencies and a different mindset to engage both scientists and policymakers in this process. Ecosystems, so how you coordinate, this word has been heard several times. It was developed in the staff working document of the JRC in 2022. So how these different actors work together as an ecosystem, right? And the limits. Of course, science for policy doesn't mean that it will actually provide the solution to everything. And science has its limits as well. And since we're talking about evidence-informed policymaking and not evidence-based policymaking, that also shows that it's not only science that can be taken into account when policymakers decide, because they also need to assess other factors. So we also done research on the limits and how, for example, implicitly or explicitly values interfere with this process, how people work in terms of their biases, the political nature and how people work in collaborating. So all these different aspects of the science behind the way we work. And the part you see on the right-hand side, of my at least, the left side of yours, is the society. So you can never have science for policy unless you engage with citizens. Everything concerns citizens, because we always talk for evidence-informed policy making and science for policy under democratic regimes. Okay, that's something I would like to underline. And then, why we have created the competence framework that was, and frameworks and competencies were actually discussed a lot of times yesterday in several sessions, and they need to have a concrete set of skills and competencies to work on science for policy. So, because we need to create a comprehensive overview of all these competencies that are necessary, both for scientists and policymakers, in order for them to be able to operate in a science for policy interface, this competence framework aimed also to inspire and provide orientation of the different actions, trainings, courses, or professional development of these scientists, provide actionable insights for capacity building. So that's one of the actions we're engaged with. I will speak about that later on. And of course, highlight the novel practices. So what is the relevant knowledge about that in science for policy? So these are the two competence frameworks that JRC, in collaboration also with the Secretary General of the Commission, has developed. The one you see there is for the policymakers, so how policymakers should work, which are the kind of competencies they should have when they work with evidence and evidence-informed policymaking. It's called for innovative policymaking because we believe innovative policymaking needs to have evidence at its heart. And for researchers, so for research organizations and researchers working the science for policy interface, just to explain that these competence frameworks are coming as an addition to the ones that, for example, a policymaker should have, how he works, we know, around the policy cycle, and for researchers. So there is also a competence framework for researchers in general, but that's for science for policy competencies. So we expect that all the other competencies that we are talking about for researchers are already there. So this is how this flower unfolds in a different set of competencies around, this model. So you see, we have for the scientists, we have 5 clusters that unfold in a set of clusters, each one of them in different areas, like understanding policy, participate, communicate, engage, and collaborate. I won't have time to go through all the set of competencies, but we have identified some areas that scientists, when they're working in science advice, in science for policy, need to have in order to be able to effectively communicate their work and engage in this mindset that their work can be useful in policy making. Right? So the first is about how you understand policy, how you participate in policy making, how you communicate, and then how you engage with citizen stakeholders and collaborate. And you see the different kind of skills that each one of these clusters involve. And this production of frameworks is even more complicated as you see. So that's the one for policymakers. It involves more clusters, so like 5 with 36 different competencies. So that's how a policymaker, which kind of skills he or she should have in order to operate in an evidence-informed policymaking and innovative policymaking. So advise the political level. Innovation speaks about ways of thinking, creative thinking, systems thinking, learning and unlearning, be able to self-reflect, right? Work with evidence is one of the main clusters because we believe evidence is the cornerstone of modern policymaking, all the things we have been discussing the last 2 days. And this is how policymakers work with evidence, identify the relevant evidence, understand the problem, assess the evidence, and how they work with data and models. Cluster D speaks for a future perspective and an anticipatory mindset that is able to understand the future changes, is able to put in a plan, in the concrete steps, a policy for innovation and how you actually influence change and what's the impact about that. The last 3 clusters are more collaborative and engagement approach. So you see a cluster is about engagement. F is about collaboration, so how you facilitate, how you convene a collaborative process, and how you develop these networks. And we always talk in modern policy making about the co-creative process that needs to start from the beginning. And I think in some of the sessions, that was also one of the messages, that scientists do not come only when the problem is identified. They also come when the problem is defined per se. And that also brings a very important asset to the whole process because it helps us highlight, understand the problem in its full perspective. So it's not only when we are looking for solutions, it's how you identify a problem. And we're doing that in the training for policymakers, trying to understand how you form a question, a policy problem. Because sometimes you have scientists coming and you need to revisit the problem because it brings different perspectives that you haven't thought before that. And this is how these clusters unfold in terms of competencies. So we have attitude, skills, and knowledge understanding. There are different progression levels. So there is a full publication that you can fully download online. It's fully accessible to everyone. So I can't really go to the details. But we have these competence progression levels for someone to understand where he stands in terms of his skills and competencies. So he has also identified his weaknesses. And how we do that? That's one of the let's say, analytical projects on how you work with scientific and data literacy, one of the clusters, and this is how you're going to see that in the publication in full detail. So what are the specific attitudes, skills, knowledge, and understanding, and which are the different levels and the kind of lessons you get in order to progress from one level to the other. So we have developed this competence framework, trying to understand, map, explain, and somehow predict which are these competencies that are necessary. So that was the first more theoretical work that my colleagues have engaged just before me coming to join the research center by conducting workshops, by consulting also policymakers, external and internally, learning and development experts. That was a full 2 years work. And then we thought that there should be a tool for people to work on these competence frameworks in a more practical way and identify the strengths and weaknesses. So that's a Smart for Policy tool, which is a self-reflection online tool that you can find online, accessible to everyone. You can just log in once you have created an EU account, that is for externals as well. So what happens there? You identify yourself with a profile either of a researcher or a policymaker, and then you go through a questionnaire which is based on the competence framework that you have seen already. And as soon as you respond to these questions, it takes like 30 or 40 minutes. It's quite analytical, but of course you don't need to respond to all of them, right? Then you can actually receive a report, right, that shows where your strengths and weaknesses. So you can identify in which areas probably you may want to, I don't know, develop further your professional capacity, take some trainings or whatever. And we have tried to be even more constructive than that. So that also comes with some kind of resources. So you can reach out to further studies or further material if you would like to go through that. So we also aim to have a group feature so that can work as a group owner, initiates a reflection, so an organization can also check the competencies they have in specific areas. That can help in initiating a discussion, identifying training needs, understanding which are the different gaps and perspectives in an organization or personally, if it's individual self-assessment, and it's trying to first, I think, when I had gone through that, to realize the different competencies needed. Just to clarify here, in both competence frameworks, we don't expect that everyone has all these competencies, right? We don't expect somebody to be a superhuman and have all these different skills and competencies around the competence framework. It's just a model, so models aim to map, explain, integrate, provide in a concise way all the different areas that are connected here. And how we do that, that's the third level. We apply these competence frameworks in trainings. So we have a training for scientists and science for policy, for JRC scientists. We have developed a training for the member states under the training of trainers' perspective. So the main content is to understand the policymaking process, be able to understand the audience, understand the different pathways of policy making, communicate their work, speak with impact, and we provide these trainings both to the Joint Research Centre and to the member states as well. Similarly, for the policymakers, we have developed a training how they work with evidence, because we try to build capacity both to policymakers and scientists. Because unless both of them have this capacity to work in this perspective, it's very difficult to have this communication and to bridge the gap that we were discussing since yesterday on how science for policy works. So that's a 3.5 days training on evidence needs, gathering evidence, so how they work with evidence, but it's focused on cluster C, but it works around this framework, and it's a combination of participatory sessions and plenary sessions. All our trainings are very interactive, engaging the participants in hands-on experience rather than just delivering some material. And the other implementation stage, so this competence framework has been adopted by the EU Policy Making Hub, which is the Commission corporate learning program. And as you see here, that's the EU policy-making cycle. And the inner cycle is the cross-cutting competencies that we provide as the competence framework. So these 7 cross-cutting activities and competencies are relevant to all stages of the policy-making process, something that I have already mentioned. So science for policy is relevant to all the stages of the policy-making process, from the design of initial ideas, when you form a policy question, the implementation stage and the evaluation stage. Evidence and science are relevant to all these stages of the policy-making process. And then we have also implemented that in a technical support instrument project that is funded by DG Reform and implemented by JRC and OECD, and my colleague Stefan is here that we're implementing this project. So we have tried to bring the knowledge and the expertise we have to the member states. So we're working with 7 member states in capacity building on evidence-informed policy making. So we have one of the innovations of this project that it brings beneficial organizations that come forth from the supply and demand side, so government offices, but also research organizations and universities. And the aim is to improve capacity for evidence-informed policy making in country analysis of organizations, capacity building workshops. The last one we have delivered was in Paris in OECD with over 30 policymakers. And you can see the diversity there in the landscape of science advice and evidence-informed policy-making structures in different member states. In some member states, it's much more established. In some other member states, it's still in the process of identifying the relevant steps. There are different, let's say, perspectives, but there are also some common challenges. because this exercise comes from common challenges. In the end, what this project will produce is also recommendations for the future of how to develop further these structures. And that's a kind of overview on the way we work and the link to the materials that we have. I've tried to keep it short because that's not meant to be just a session about competence and how the JRC works. I have 3 brilliant colleagues here. That was my mistake that I haven't introduced in the beginning, and I apologize for that. So I have Marek Havda from the Regulatory Scrutiny Board, which is a body that exercises quality control in the better regulation of the Commission. Gunnar Sivertsen from the Nordic Institute for Studies in Innovation, Research and Education, and Stephanie Mazon from SAPEA, Scientific Policy Officer. And all of them are here bringing different perspectives. So Marek will bring more the policymaker perspective on how they work with evidence and his experience, while Gunnar will bring the scientific perspective in his work on how social sciences and humanities bring the debates about evidence-informed policymaking. And Stephanie will walk us through the work of SAPEA, and especially with a special attention to young scientists and the challenges they face when they work with science for policy and how they work around these issues. So I would like to thank all of them for being here today, because that's a dialogue, that's always a co-creative process, and we will also, after the panel discussion, engage with you, with the audience, to hear your views, to hear the challenges, and your perspectives or experience in how evidence-informed policy making works. So I will give the floor to Marek for his talk, and I think, let's see if, okay, Marek does not have slides, but...
Well, thank you very much, Anastasia. First, let me thank the Belgian Presidency and the organizers for inviting me to speak at this important event. I really find it, I'm learning a lot. I came already yesterday. I have to make an announcement, obviously, that I'm speaking in my personal capacity today, so what I will be saying is not expressing the views of the European Commission nor of the Regulatory Scrutiny Board. I was asked to share with you some thoughts on the competencies for the evidence-informed policy making from the perspective of policy making. I would say not only policy maker, but I would say from policy making. And as the framework developed by JRC, I think, is a very good start. And what is clear about it, and Anastasia already mentioned, that not probably a single human can be perfect in all these competencies. We cannot expect that everyone is a seasoned data scientist or that everyone is a perfect communicator. So this is at the team level, basically. So you need to have these competencies at the team level. But at the same time, I believe there are 3 areas of competencies which need to be kind of shared across the whole team. And I would like to just very briefly share with you these 3 areas. But let me start with the observations made by Daniel Kahneman, Nobel Prize laureate and psychologist who devoted his life to study errors and in human judgment and decision making. Kahneman says we are prone to overestimate how much we understand about the world. The world makes much less sense than we think. The coherence comes mostly from the way our minds works, and I would add, and the ability to convince the others that our mental model is the right one. In other words, we construct a coherent story in our minds, however, not necessarily that the story is true. And I think this is a crucial area we need to have on mind when thinking about the evidence-informed policymaking. Well, the first kind of like overarching competence or cross-cutting competence is, in my view, the kind of a scientific method competence. So scientific method is the science answer to the Kahneman's observations. And as we know, the scientific method is based on formulating hypotheses and testing the hypothesis and then iterating the process. This needs to be deployed, in my view, in the area when you analyze the problem, but as well when you're looking for the options to answer, to do your policy intervention. More concretely, I would say that the scientific method needs to be deployed when you are trying to infer the causality between the drivers of the problem and the problem you observe at the one level. At the second level, if you're trying to infer the causality between the potential the policy action, policy intervention, and the phenomena you want to address. The scientific method competence also, in my view, includes the competence in terms of understanding these various scientific methods, including modeling, and understanding their limitations and their uncertainty. It also covers kind of a data competence. So understanding different types of data, observational data, self-reported data, opinion data, and understanding the differences between these types of data and limitations entailed in this data. Also, this competence includes increasingly needed ability to discern evidence from unstructured and imperfect data. Most of the data, for example, in terms of the internal data, which we have in the public administrations, come as unstructured text. So they are not the perfect data to be analyzed, but we need to find ways how to use that as evidence, because to ignore these valuable sources of data is just doesn't make sense. Here, probably AI, as we as well discussed yesterday, artificial intelligence can help immensely. But again, we need to understand the limitations and the uncertainties accompanying the analysis of these vast amounts of incomplete and imperfect data. This takes me to the second foundational competence, which in my view relates to how we deal with uncertainty. So dealing with uncertainty competence. And let me start again with Kahneman, and now I promise I will be much briefer on the second competence and even briefer on the third one, so please bear with me. Kahneman says an unbiased appreciation of uncertainty is a cornerstone of rationality, but it is not what people and organizations want. So this is what we crucially need, but basically this is what is not in the demand. And in my view, this is a crucial competence how to deal with uncertainty. So dealing with uncertainty means how we understand and communicate uncertainty to the policymakers, why we maintain kind of rigorosity and factual correctness, but at the same time not inhibiting the policy action per se. The potential approach might include developing a capacity to communicate the uncertainty in kind of like a simplified approaches, because we cannot expect the policymakers and decision makers to be experts in all the limitations of the methods and data and the quality of the evidence, which I just described in the first overarching competence. So probably communicating in terms of the risks and assumptions might make lots of sense. So dealing with uncertainty, understanding uncertainty, and communicating uncertainty is the second overarching competence. And finally, the third competence I want to mention is related to formulating the knowledge needs, so knowledge needs competence. It is actually the way to reduce uncertainty. And it has, in my view, two major pillars. The first pillar relates to being able to formulate evidence acquisition programs and knowledge agenda, learning agendas. At the level of what is needed to be, it might be wider policy level, it might be a narrower level, but at the level which is relevant for the kind of complexity and the system how you delineate in your policy making. The second part relates to developing rigorous systems for monitoring and assessing, evaluating of both the problem you are trying to address, but as well the intervention you have been already putting in place. So developing these monitoring and evaluation systems, which you put in place well enough in advance, so it helps you to understand how the problem is evolving and how your intervention might be influencing the problem. And of course, all this needs to be done in line with the two competencies I have described at the beginning. So it's the scientific method competence and the uncertainty competence. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Marek. Just a few points. You will have the chance when the three speakers finish their talks to ask questions, of course. So we're going to have a discussion in the end. So please keep note of your questions, because we're also here to hear from you and learn from you as well. So a few points on what Marek said that I think fits very well after the presentation on competence framework. So in the terms of understanding, a common understanding, so I think that brings the perspective that we need to engage with scientists and in general science and policy making from the beginning, because there needs to be a common understanding of the problem. Because the way you form a policy question, which is different to a research question sometimes, because there are different kinds of working, it also defines the kind of evidence you need. So if from the beginning the question is not formed well, all what Marek has mentioned also, how you, the knowledge acquisition, how you get the evidence is affected by the question you form. Also the different levels that Marek has mentioned in terms of knowledge needs and how you work with from the beginning with evidence to how you implement it, how you constantly monitor the implementation speaks to how evidence works throughout the policy cycle. And that's an important part of it, because in most of the cases we think of scientists coming to policymakers when there's a problem that's been identified and we need solutions and different options. But that's not the case in innovative policymaking. That's not the case when you have a co-creation process where policymakers work with scientists, and we do that, just to clarify, with full respect of the roles that they do have. And in terms of uncertainty, that's one of the critical points. Uncertainty is inherent both in science and policymaking, so both work with uncertainty. It's important to be transparent as a scientist on what level of uncertainty the evidence you bring actually incorporates and how much risk that involves. On the other hand, when policymakers communicate their work and the policymaking option, they also need to be transparent on the uncertainty they have. So uncertainty is part of the whole policy-making process, it's part of the scientific process, and it's part of this collaboration as well. But as soon as you have transparency and you know the level of uncertainty, which is always there, because today we speak about complex and weak problems, at least it provides a clarity and it provides a way forward and a better way of predicting perhaps what is going to be the impact. And I will go to our next speaker. The floor is yours, and you do have, okay. You can work with that. Okay.
Good morning. My academic background is in the social sciences and humanities, but I have worked for a long time with research policy studies in general. So sometimes I'm able to see the SSAH from the outside and see how they can struggle with trying to be relevant, but perhaps also struggled with invisibility. I think there has been an increasing readiness of the SSAH to contribute to evidence for policy. And I will start by looking at 3 decades of research policy, where you can see how this readiness might have increased over time. Then I will go to 2 examples of how SSAH may interact with society and policy, and then to the conclusions. So, I don't know whether you recognize, these are 3 decades as a kind of simplification of the expectations of from society to what research should do. So there was a time, and perhaps there still is, where the main requirement was to contribute to economic development. Then came the era of excellence. Be excellence, and we will fund you. And now and this conference is an expression of it, there's an expectation of science to create value in collaboration with society. Now, if we see this from the perspective of SSH, the first period was what I would call splendid invisibility. They were not recognized for contributing to the economic development, except perhaps for the discipline of economics. In the next phase, though, excellence has a meaning also in the social sciences and humanities. So they felt included. But on the other hand, excellence was used to prioritize funding. And the idea was that the best should get more. So a less even distribution of resources, which created more competition for the SSH to be part of the picture. But now it's possible to be recognized for societal impact because SSH is always and has to be relevant in contact with culture and society. And there's also been changes within academia in the same period. So we come from a situation where the disciplines were mainly focused on regenerating themselves through local recruitment. But then came a phase of further specialization, which could combine several disciplines. And there was more internationalization and mobility. So the disciplines, the local disciplines in departments were loosening up. And now we can see a readiness to be transdisciplinarity, and then with a focus on societal needs and challenges. And we have had examples of this at this conference. I'll just illustrate this development by showing you two new journals. They wouldn't have been there for 30 years ago because there was no focus on this, on how the humanities could interact with public needs and how the SSH can contribute to societal impacts. Now I go on to my two examples. So I use the example of classical archaeology. And one of the sites for our classical archaeology is Palmyra in Syria. Classical archaeology tends to be taken for granted. We don't see it. We only see the valuable sites. We never see archaeology at work. And do they really have a meaning in society other than creating this historical value? Are their work important for society? Well, the example I show you is collaboration between Syria and Norway, my own country, on documenting the UNESCO heritage of Palmyra. It started in 2008 and went on as a normal archaeological project that was not given any much attention worldwide. But then came the outbreak of the Syrian war, and the site was bombed, and the Syrian director was beheaded, and Norwegian archaeologists managed to escape. In this situation, their work became very much more valuable, and it was in all the media because they had saved some of the documentation before the site was bombed. Now, the Syrian war reminds us that the SSH are very often called for in times of crisis. Then the knowledge of the SSH are used in the media. The knowledge of other languages is used in the media. And there's a focus on the conflict that creates the need for more new knowledge. So the SSH must have a kind of long-term readiness to be there in terms of crisis. And perhaps we should be concerned about readiness, also when the crisis is not there. My second example is from an earthquake in 2008 in southwestern China. And it is there to explain the role of social science. It was not only about bringing in the engineers to rebuild society. They also brought in social scientists who asked the people whether they would like to stay or move. And in most parts, they wanted to stay. So you have to communicate with the people, and you do this through the social sciences. This was also a collaboration project with between Chinese then and Norwegian scientists. And they had to perform several types of communication skills to perform that study. And I'm listing here these competences. So the social scientists, they need to communicate with governments, also local government, to perform the research and to get funding. They need to communicate with the people themselves who are affected. They also need to collaborate internationally. They have to understand each other. They had to use the common language of English and at the same time the local language of Chinese. And they have to write reports. And reports is a very important genre in social sciences. They are different from the scholarly articles in the journals. The scholarly report should have maintained scientific standards, just like the journal articles. But in addition, they need to communicate with the users of the knowledge in its immediately form. So this is a communication competence that social sciences need simply to be relevant. And then in turn, they need to be able to communicate with the policymakers when they are presenting their results. There need to be a dialogue to make the research most useful. So they produce reports. All of these three are in English, of course, but there were also reports in Chinese, because social sciences need to relate to society in its own language. So I conclude. There is a readiness there to provide evidence for policy. It needs to be there because social science and humanities need to communicate with culture and society to be relevant. Now, these times of crisis show us that the SSH are very relevant for policy and understanding, but perhaps we should think about the long-term readiness as well in between these times of crisis and support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gunnar. So Gunnar has brought the importance of social sciences, arts, and humanities in highlighting different aspects of the problem, like the second example with the earthquake, has provided some data and on how people would like to see a response to the crisis, to the earthquake they had. It has also shown, of course, the kind of examples are like the extreme ones in terms of crisis, how the work of social scientists identifying a cultural side and the importance of all these different aspects of civilization there, at least has managed to keep all this evidence there after the terrorist attack that we had there as well. So the importance of social sciences, it's also related to how we understand the problem, the different aspects of problem, how we communicate with society, and how we also get insights of people and all the people, everyone involved in a specific problem. So it's not science for policy, it's not a technocratic perspective, right? And sometimes it's been understood as such. And I think this presentation has showed that it's not only like providing a solution based on data and models, and this is the available evidence we have. You also need to communicate this evidence with the stakeholders, with society, to understand the different perspectives. Because in the end, all policies are going to be implemented for societies. So what people want and what is their perspective is also very important. And that's the democratic angle we are trying to make sure it is there, because we're talking about evidence-informed policymaking with democratic principles, because otherwise you may have other cases and you may have a slippery ground that is quite risky. So before I give the floor to Stephanie, that will bring us a little closer back to the competencies. Gunnar has mentioned the importance of communication in different dimensions, and also the kind of era we are now in terms of science for policy and the role of social sciences and humanities. So I keep the co-creation of value, that now social sciences are asked to collaborate and identify the impact as well. The notion of transdisciplinarity, that now it's very evident. And of course, excellence, that's in the last point I would like to make, is always there. And that fits to the question about evidence-informed policymaking. Not all science is relevant to policymaking. You need to make sure you have the best and the excellent evidence and science to inform policymaking. You need to be able to discard, studies that don't really follow and don't have the methodological rigorousness to respond to questions. So not all evidence and data that reaches a policymaker's office is relevant and should be used. So you need to be able to work and make sure that you have valid data, peer-reviewed, and the best possible case, and also compare different sets of evidence. And I will give the floor to Stephanie. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning. So, I'm not sure if I should stand or sit, but
You can answer if you think it's easier to.
well. So I will be bringing you some results that we have from a survey that will be relevant to the competencies that we'll discuss later on, specifically focused on early and mid-career researchers, but I'll give you the context of where I'm coming from, which is really important. And that's SPW, which was introduced yesterday as part of the Science Advice Mechanism, the SAM, as we call it. The SAM has three parts. Yesterday was more focused on the one related more to the European Commission. So the SAM, I'll just walk you a little bit through it. We provide independent science evidence and recommendations to the European Commission. And what is particularly wonderful about the SAM is that our scientists don't have to wave their hands to get the attention of the policymakers. The commissioners are asking specifically for a question. They have a question, they want evidence to inform their decision, and they pass that to the group of chief scientific advisors. These are 7 advisors that were appointed by the Commission, scientific advisors. And of course, they need evidence to inform that decision, and that's where SPW comes in. So SPW, you can see in the bottom there, we are a group of, a consortium of networks of academies, so that's how we connect with the European research ecosystem, and that will feed into the SAM and go to the European Commission. So that's how it works. More importantly is that this consortia is, of course, getting access to this excellent science. But what is particular now about SPW is that we have also the YASAS network. And YASAS is the Young Academy Science Advice Structure. And I think this is quite related, Gunnar, to what you just mentioned about moving from just excellence to having a societal impact, because this is what YASAS really brings in, and this is why it's really important, and I want to take the chance to introduce you more to YASAS before we go into the survey. So what the Young Academies do is this network was founded by Young Academies. So this is a network by Young Academies for Young Academies, and is working to expand to other early and mid-career researchers networks. So we're trying to have access to as many early and mid-career researchers in Europe and give them a platform specifically in science for policy. So that is what's particular about YASAS. It's in the context of science for policy. And now that it was formed, SPW, of course, invited them to be official partners, and we now have a seat at the board. So the Young Academies are sitting in the board and taking decisions in the direction that they want SPW to move forward, which is really important. But more than bringing early and mid-career researchers, which is the most obvious thing you can see, they're really bringing more. And that's because the young academies are, of course, based on academic excellence as their senior counterparts. But what young academies additionally bring is that they're very comfortable with transdisciplinarity, with diversity, with inclusivity. And this is perhaps not always the case in other academies. So when some young academies, for example, ask of their members to form projects together. So by default, they are being transdisciplinary in the way they work. They're bringing these values and attitudes in addition to their excellent science. What they also do is, of course, is diversity. At SPW right now, we're looking at the landscape of academies across Europe. And when you look at the diversity of gender, for example, gender balance, the young academies are right on point. So the young academies are excellent at this. And then the other aspect they bring is collaboration. So the way that YASAS itself was created is because the young academies are collaborating with each other. And when I've talked to them, the thing that is always popping up is they want to cross-pollinate each other. So it's about what kind of good practices or what kind of skills do you have that I can learn from you. So for example, some young academies already have a program with partnership with Parliament, for example. Some of them are working regionally to support the forming of new academies, as is in the case with the UK, Irish, and Scottish Young Academy, for example. There's a Nordic and Baltic regional academy of young academies from the Nordics and the Baltics, and they're producing statements on diversity. Or last year, the European Network of Academies, the Young Academies, provided a statement on academic freedom. So this is, again, good practices and attitudes that they're injecting into SPW. And why this is important is because we've been talking also about getting scientists to talk to policymakers, and then particularly in this conference where we're focusing on, we have to get the contribution of the social sciences and humanities to be more important, to be more present. And then once you have that, there's another level which I'd really like to highlight, which is once you have those scientists talking, who are those scientists? As in, who are the scientists that have the opportunity to be talking, who are advising the policy? Which ones are you not including? And that's talking about structural challenges that we also have to it's really important to bring into consideration. And I think that's something that the young academies are really good at. And also because, now that with so much mobility that early careers we have to do, I'm Mexican, for example, so already there's a richness of diversity, I think, that early careers are bringing to this, to the advice, which is needed when you're talking about really building an ecosystem of evidence-based governance. So that's why it's so important to have young academies and early careers in there. And our work with SPW specifically, we're leading a package, of course, which is based on early and mid-career researchers, or focused on the engagement of early and mid-career researchers. And one of our deliverables, which you will have access to at the end of this year, is a survey that is looking at what are the hurdles and the incentives to have early and mid-career researchers engage in science for policy. So we just finished the survey last week. So these are really preliminary results I want to bring to you, but this, I think, will help with the discussion we have on competencies. Just for distribution, for you to understand what does early and mid-career mean in the first place, here we ask them to self-identify and then ask them what their year of graduation was. So you can see here that early careers are really within 7 years of graduation, and around 12 to 15 for mid-careers. The SPW official definition is up to 7 years, which is in line with the ERC starting grant, and then mid-careers being up to 19 years, which is looking at the consolidator grant, which is 12 years, and then considering that young academies have a 5-year membership and maternity, paternity leave, medical leaves, and so on. So that's our definition. And in a way, the survey has captured this EMCR group quite well. We have 722 respondents that I will be presenting to you now, but we actually have another 100, which I filtered out, which are young and senior professionals. And that's another thing that we're also looking at when we're including who's giving the research advice. Is it only academics, or can it be professionals working with research? And that's another discussion that we're also looking into, but I will but I filtered that out for brevity purposes. So the first thing, the first question I'd like to bring is, how many of you have been involved in high-level science? That's what we asked them. And you can see that the percentage is not very big. Only a quarter of them have been involved. And have you received formal training for this? There's even a smaller percentage in this case. So that needs to improve. But then when we looked at what is your current situation, and this was a yes or no answer, you had to choose yes or no. The first two that you can see are quite high is I can think of how science can inform evidence. The second one is I can think of where I can come or who I can contact to provide science for evidence is quite okay. But then suddenly it plummets in number 3 and 4, which is I receive enough support from my workplace to carry out these activities. And I have enough training to do so. So there we go down below 30%. And then the last question in this case is I'm interested in being involved. And that goes up all the way to above 70%. And if you actually look at, this was all of Europe, but if you play around with countries, you can actually see some of them going closer to 90%. So you want to engage, they want to engage, but they're lacking the training or the support to do so. And then when we look at attitudes, and I'm happy to discuss this more with you, they had to choose which ones were relevant for them. And you can see there that the highest one with 80% is I see a set of responsibility as a scientist. So it's a great attitude to have. They want to be involved, not because they have to, but really they want to. It's part of what they see as their identity as a scientist. It contributes to my knowledge. It gives me a sense of purpose. So it's really coming from a personal value of wanting to do this, and then later on as a career option, as a career change option. And there was only 2% saying no, they don't want to do this again. So that's good. That's good news. And then the next one I'd like to bring. Oh, and now it's not working. Is it possible somebody can help me move to the next slide? Thank you. So finally, you had to rank what would help you engage better. So what's missing? How can we help you? And you had to rank this. So you could move this around and put them in order. And you can see there that the first 3, and this was across countries and across career stage, they want a good job security. They want to have credits. So how can we help them incentivize them to do this by getting credits? And then access to training. And that's something that we have seen or heard across these 2 days, but here we are seeing it in numbers. So that's really great. And then the next ones I underlined 4, 5, and 6, because it's about understanding each other and understanding the other side, which is policymaking. It's something that has been, again, said in the morning, for example, with a recap from yesterday, about having better policy literacy. So that's something definitely that is popping up here in these results. And having more engagement, so providing these platforms for engagement is something that we need to include. And then finally, regarding the competencies that Anastasia has been bringing to us, when I'm thinking about the work we do in SPW, for example, one of the last reviews that we just did was on AI in science. And we had an early career ask for some sort of certificate of participation, which of course we gladly provided. But I'm thinking of what else can we offer them, what else would be valuable for them, and it's something that if you have any ideas, I'm constantly trying to find ways, other than giving you, yes, you participated, you completed 20 hours of work, what else would be actually useful and where could you use it? So if we're talking about narrative CVs or if you're thinking about changing a career, what would be useful for you? So I really want to understand what we can do better. And then just as a quick exercise, this hasn't been endorsed by SPW, this was just me looking at the competencies network and framework. Already, there are so many highlighted there. If you take part in a SPW activity, so if you're one of the researchers that join and become part of the working group that will put together this synthesis report of evidence, if you take part in an expert workshop where you are providing further evidence to this working group, or whether you're part of the outreach events, doing some panel discussion, for example, there's so many competencies that are in place. So it would be really interesting. Perhaps it's something we should work in further in SAPEA is what skills are needed to do these, and then what skills can you get out of the SAPEA process. And that's in a way to incentivize this early and mid-career researcher. So when I go and talk to young academies and say, you should really nominate your experts, I can then go and say, they will put into practice this, and they will get this out of it. And hopefully that helps them participate, and also perhaps at an institutional level, it'll be clearer for the institutions to see the impact or how their researchers are gaining skills out of taking part in this kind of activities. So finally, I just want to leave these 2 questions here. So what kind of recognition can we offer for their personal career development and to encourage this institutional support, and how, particularly for EMCR, so early and mid-career researchers. And like I mentioned, we can easily say that, yes, we need to engage more early and mid-career researchers because it's the right thing to do, because we have intergenerational problems, because they need training, because they're in their early career. But really, as I mentioned before with the young academies, they are bringing so much more than just a career stage checkmark. It's an injection of energy and attitude to collaborate, to work transdisciplinarily, to talk about diversity and inclusion and equity, and talk about things like social justice and climate justice. And I think this is really what early careers bring. They're not just passively there to be trained, but they are really active participators in this discussion. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Stephanie, for this analytical presentation and this angle that sometimes we're missing. We're discussing about scientists, but I mean, the future is young scientists and how early career researchers work. Just a few points, so I leave the floor to you then. I think it was important that they are young scientists are understanding the importance of, when they're working with science for policy, it brings knowledge to them. And I think what Stephanie has also underlined is this kind of reward perspective, right? That it's also good for them in terms of knowledge, of career development, right? It can work in their assessment framework on how they work on science for policy. And I think it's a very good message that young and early career researchers would like to understand policy making, would like to understand where the science can help in policy making, and kind of engage with common problems. So they're not standing apart from what society is doing. They would like to learn more about it. That's at least my take on that. And I think we are just a little bit have stayed more in the plenary rather than the participatory session, but I think there were different perspectives brought here and very important information. I leave the floor to you if anyone would like to have a question, either to me, because I come with a double hat of a chair and a presenter, or to my colleagues on the points that they have raised, or a point that you think needs to be discussed, or your reflections. We're happy to hear from you. Any question? And I cannot see you very well because of the lights. So please raise your hands if somebody wants to have a question or a point. David, and then we have a question back there. So I can bring you the microphone. Yeah. This one. Who is good in throwing that back? I don't know. Are you good?
So, where is the question?
David?
Work? Yeah, it works.
Yeah, it works.
Okay, thank you for some very excellent talks. I think there is a lot of stuff to be digested here, but I would like to start with just a quite simple question for Stephanie in terms of your survey, which I found interesting also for having interacted quite a lot with the young academies in Europe myself. So I was wondering, did you do anything particular to sort of separate science for policy and policy for science in the survey? It seems to me that most young scientists as of today are still caught up in Gunnar's phase 2 ideology of mainly being excellent and struggling, at least at times, to see themselves, at least in the academies. I'm not talking for the majority of people, to co-create, to engage with delivering value for policymakers rather than influencing policy for science? Because I know a lot of colleagues from the young academies who are very eager to influence policy in terms of creating more academic freedom, or better budgets for science, or better conditions for science, but this is not particularly what I'm thinking of when we speak about science advice.
Yeah. So we had an open field text part where you could include examples of the activities that you have done. And I have to say, okay, so I haven't analyzed that. I can't give you an actual evidence-based answer, but from what I read and from a sort of word cloud that I looked at, there is a lot of examples of them working with science for policy, so environmental conservation activities. So I would say that it's looking positive. And additionally, I wanted to say that around 300 of these respondents are in the SSAH, so I'm looking forward to sharing those results with you at the end of the year.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Another question, please.
Yeah, hi. My question is to the whole panel, but first a little bit to Stephanie. So it's a really interesting result in your survey of how many of the respondents were looking to their institutions to support them with some training or infrastructure to be able to do this engagement activity a little bit more, with a little bit more confidence. Right? So I wondered if you could say something about that, particularly in light of what Gunnar was saying, that how people get engaged and connect is partly an individual responsibility or choice, but your survey is suggesting that the academic community is looking for their institutions to support them. And then the supplementary was, you just mentioned it then, what was the proportion of people from SSH who are the respondents? I wondered if you were able to see whether there was a difference in the response rates in those two parts of your survey, which looked for institutions to give more support. Was there more of that from the SSH community compared to more natural and technical sciences? Yeah,
thank you for that question. So I haven't looked at the differences across fields in a good way to share that with you yet. But I will say regarding the institutional support, that was one of the questions, whether they're receiving it already and whether they feel that they're getting competency out of that, and it's very low. However, there was another question that said, are you engaging in self-teaching methods? And that was actually much higher. That was more in the 50-50. And methods were like online resources, books, bloggings, videos, and so on. So that there's a lot of that interest, I think, that you can see is them also looking for ways to capacitate themselves because they don't find that in institutional support. And then another thing that was coming out in the free form responses was that they really favor networks and learning from other institutions that are working in science for policy. So that's why perhaps mentorships and this exchange programs and partnering with, for example, Parliament and so on is so important to them because they see these avenues as ways to learn. So in a way, learn by practice. And that's currently where they're getting their training from.
Okay, thank you. And another question. And then with the few minutes that we have, I would like to ask you some questions. Yes? Andrew?
Yes, thank you. So many things are changing, and not to mention the wicked problems that we were discussing also yesterday. And I have not seen experimentation addressed, although on your slide there was innovative policymaking and a competencies still related to that. So I was wondering, so we say, I'm also working in research and innovation policy. We say, if you already have the data to prove that something works, it is not innovative anymore. Because you work with data that you are now gathering, you test that sort of a prototype, and then you gather that data, and then you see if you can scale this up. I have not seen this on the slide. So experimentation and working with iterations, and I think this is key for innovative policymaking today. So can you address that? And also the regulatory scrutiny board, there's also sandboxes, regulatory sandboxes, which is working on the principle of collecting data as you go, and you're generating a new idea, a prototype, and you're testing and collecting and assessing and in iterations. So I would like to hear your ideas on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the first question refers more to me, right? So in the competence framework, there's a specific cluster on working with evidence. And that in this cluster, when we are discussing about gathering and sourcing evidence and also assessing evidence, that's part of the whole assessment process. That you don't have evidence which is there stable, and that's the result of the problems. You need to be in a constant evaluation and re-evaluation of the data you have and the needs that you have. Because we also know that science brings also this uncertainty. Tomorrow you may have another set of data that says something else. So that's not the kind of procedure which is like an instant evaluation of what you have there, but you also need to have this holistic view. So how you work with evidence, it's a number of different things and a number of different skills. And that also brings what you have said, the level of uncertainty and the risk. So the higher the risk, the uncertainty there is, the higher the level of experimentation, of course. But part of the whole working with evidence is also to make sure that you bring more innovation and you can also predict the impact of that, because sometimes you need also to make sure that you have realized correctly what is the impact you're bringing. And the other question to Marek, yes?
No, thank you very much. I had just 5 minutes or 7 or something, so I could not go in depth into all these areas I have described. It was part of the last one, basically, because you need to have in place monitoring and evaluation system for any intervention, in my view. And this is actually just directly responding to what you are alluding to. So we need to be basically continuously assessing, and this needs to be happening at much larger scale. I think we need much more cooperation on this. We need joint work on indicators. We need joint work on gathering data. We need joint work on formulating hypotheses, so we could test them, in the setting which you described. But in a way, each of the intervention is experimentation. So any policy intervention is an experimentation, and we should be assessing this. So definitely, it is part of the knowledge generation, and then back informing through that knowledge the evidence-informed policy making. So this is the inherent part. We kind of have the cycle, as everybody understands that the policy cycle includes evaluation. This is quite obvious, but if you look into practice, this is not so much happening. And we could improve, and the work which is done at the regulatory sandboxes, or kind of like a more experimental per se settings, could help to inform kind of like a standard setting up of the monitoring and assessment frameworks, evaluation frameworks. I wanted to maybe as well add something to the previous question in terms of the rewards and motivation for researchers. And this is based on the TSI project. We've been involved in my work in the Czech Republic and trying to get science closer to policymaking. And what comes out is that really we need to be reworking the incentive structures in general. I think there needs to be done work and different segments of the system. Just to allude to two. One is directly related to what we just discussed, so kind of like this continuous assessment, monitoring assessment of both problems and the impacts. So understanding the causality between the interventions and the impacts we want to observe, and their impact on the problems we want to tackle, the societal problems. So we need to be building this and involving scientists to be part of this ecosystem. So we need to kind of like a new approach. So making sure that scientists can access the data, can work with the data, and then that somebody will read the reports which will be produced, and then there will be kind of like a meta-analysis. So kind of the current technological advances should make this much more easier and much more possible than today. So this is on the kind of like a side of the policy making, of the policy, but as well it actually directly involves the policies, science policy, because this is how we should fund. So it has a direct link not only to policymakers in different areas, but as well to policy science policy. Sorry. Second is the reward system at the level of excellence. So we need to be rethinking what is excellent and how we endorse excellence through the standard peer system and publication system which we have in place. And there I was surprised that many of the researchers I talked to, like they would tell me, oh no, I'm not interested. And there would be two main reasons. One is time, so I need much more time. So this I try to address in the previous thing, because these need to be long-term programs which help us to monitor things, so time. And the second was, I want to generate new knowledge. I don't want to be kind of like just putting together the existing knowledge. The funny thing about it is, if you're able to put together the existing knowledge and maybe add a bit of new knowledge in the very policy setting, there's not that much being done, and this makes for very nice publications at the end. But people just do not realize this. And you know, I have like concrete examples in which I was involved, and we got really top publications for exactly doing this. So maybe there's a lot as well, you know, showing these examples and communication. But I think first we need to improve the kind of the excellence framework and how we assess it. And I think Gunnar wanted to comment on that.
Yeah, to start with that kind of summing up, so there is a willingness and interest to involve in evidence for policymaking, and I demonstrated that this willingness and interest is probably there also in the social science and humanities. Then there are some core requirements for doing this, and some skills that are needed. And then in the end, also some resources, some time, and prioritizations. And I could just add to Marek's list of conditions, the reform of research assessment, which is underlying that interaction with society should also be a part of career development and assessment.
Okay, thank you. So that was meant to be a more participatory session, but since we were in the auditorium, there's great interest in what the speakers have already said. We focused on the discussion with you in terms of questions. The questions, I will keep you just a couple of minutes. So I think we have a mixed group here that some of you have identified as policymakers, some of you have identified themselves as researchers, and some of them are knowledge brokers. I would like to ask the ones that have identified themselves as policymakers, which you think is the most critical, perhaps challenging competence that you need to have where you're trying to communicate with scientists, either from your experience or from what you have heard or what you think it might be. Any insights from the ones that have identified themselves as policymakers, either from their experience or, again, from what you've told already? Just have a clue how many of you were identified with the red, you know, as policymakers? Only 2, 3, a few of them. Okay. Any insights on that? Doesn't have to be, there's no correct or right answer, of course. It's like what you think is the most critical competence when you're trying to approach researchers in understanding their evidence they bring. Yes, please? Yes, the box microphone is coming. Yes, thank you.
I think it's very obvious. It's communication skills and understanding each other's worlds. And you can't communicate if you don't understand each other's worlds. So I think that's an important one.
Okay, so and can you bring it down to the colleagues, Stefan? Or you can just throw it, I don't know. All right.
Is it a microphone? Oh,
yeah, it's a microphone.
I would say
innovation.
This is a curiosity and the capacity to think out of the box. And in fact, the tendency of public administrations is to be risk adverse, to go against innovation. So you somehow, going back to what Marek was saying, you have to somehow work against your own instincts or against the instincts of the bureaucracy that you are grained so that you can think out of that. And the same goes for innovation, because many of these things, you know, to be open to risk, to be open to innovative practices go together. So it takes a little bit of capacity to move out of your comfort zone.
Okay, so I keep from the policymakers that you need to communicate and understand well each other's role and think out of the box. So the researchers and scientists' perspective, which is the most critical competence you think you should have when you're trying to bring your science to the policymakers? If you have done that already, or if you kind of try to project this case, if there was a case like that, which one of the competence you think is the most critical one, either from the competence framework or what you think. Which were the, how many do we have identified themselves as scientists? Okay, a larger group than policymakers. Yes, please. Okay, and thanks for the...
I would say that one key competence is to integrate in their co-creation of knowledge the voice also of non-academic, so stakeholders and not only academic. So rethink academic excellence also in terms of involving knowledge that may be produced by stakeholders that are not part of academia. So that's a way to get closer to doing science for democracy.
So bringing also the different perspectives of citizens, stakeholders, people involved in this. Okay. Any other insight from a researcher's perspective? There, it's a difficult exercise with this microphone, but at least, yes. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Just one general remark for the categories. You know, I think quite many of us are EU advisors. Mm-hmm. So I don't see myself as a researcher, partly a knowledge broker, you know, so policy making in a way internally in the institution. But I just want to make a remark from the side of EU advisors trying to make researchers more interested in policy making. It's maybe a little bit on the side, but you know, I've lived in the Brussels bubble for 6 years, and I meet so many people who are every day talking about the importance of policy making, and it has to be relevant, etc. And then you meet researchers that haven't maybe been so much outside of Norway, in my case. And I try to, you know, say that it's important for you, for the proposal in Horizon Europe, it should be filled with policy ideas for policy making, you know, and this takes time. And then you add that, yeah, in your career, it's good for you if you think out of the box for policy making, not within your field, you know. So I would like more advice on this role that we're having inside an institution to say why this is so important for you as a researcher, because I don't have a scientist background myself, but I'm trying to learn more of the EU policy, let's say. So just a comment.
Okay, so how you bridge this gap and understanding each other. So from the knowledge broker's perspective, according to what you have heard from the different sides, although the colleague I think comes from more a knowledge broker perspective than a scientific one, what should be your suggestion in how you bridge this gap and the challenges that were brought? And if you can...
I'm a knowledge broker, so
okay. So what would be your advice to the challenges?
One thing that hasn't been mentioned over the 2 days has been translational research, which is very common. 40 years we've done in medicine. None of the other science ever even mentioned it. We did a workshop not long ago, and we're doing a series of webinars with Tervuren Francis, a publisher, because translational research is something that nobody really talks about it. For medicine, it's pretty straightforward. You develop a medication, you address the patient, there's almost a linear relationship. But for other disciplines, particularly, for example, our discipline of social science humanities, the audience is very vast. So when you talk about translational research, you don't know what you translate for. And the clients are so wide, and it's a little more difficult to identify. But there are no funding at all in translational research for most of the disciplines. Our discipline, as much as others, I mean, apart from medicine, is the only one where real effective process of translational research are in place. There are a specific a set of requirements, and there's a structure, and it's pretty clear. But for others, there's none of that, and there's no funding for it. So that's one thing. And so become a little bit more systematic rather than kind of a random if the researchers would like or won't like it. We should probably avoid the individual to individual relationship and more being trying to address a more systematic approach. So, for example, institutions training as part of the research training, or local authorities hiring on the basis of a little bit wider and more diverse set of skills in order to address the issue of translation research.
Translation, you mean to something more specific, or you mean translation in languages? How
No, in languages. Translation means when you have the pure science
how you
level
translate
and you
science
translate into something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because sometimes translation is an issue also in the national context.
Well,
that's why I'm
as
asking.
well.
Okay, and I think we can keep the discussion for like 2 hours, but I'm also aware that I'm keeping you away from the coffee break, and I would like to do that. You can engage with us also in the coffee break and during the day for any either discussion you may or question, or reach to our emails. I would like to thank you, all of you, for your participation and attendance. And I hope that whatever we have presented was useful in highlighting all these different aspects of science for policy. Thank you so much.
Join us. I know that for some of you the break was rather short, but luckily this is a shorter block of only 1 hour, and then you will get some lunch. Just like this morning, we will be taking a brief look at the bold statements or semi-bold statements coming from the groups. And so I would like to invite the chairs to the stage. And just like this morning, each of you will get 2 minutes to bring your idea forward, maybe contextualize it a little bit. And Joyce will then put it up on the screen as well, the main idea. So we have group number 8, group number 9. Who's the chair of group number 7 on communication? Was there one? Mark? Was there a group on communication? He's running, so I think the answer is yes. And in the meantime, we can already put up Joyce's screen with the puzzle pieces, so we can keep track of what are the main points that were discussed in the group. And I hope that our presenter from Group 7 is on the way. I think there was also a change in lead there because the initial lead was unable to come. Maybe we start the other way around. Joyce, is that possible for you as well? Yeah, so maybe let's start with Group 9, the one that was talking about trust, and then I'm guessing that our lead for group number 7 will pop up. And there you have already a microphone. Fantastic. So, group on communication, what has been the main outcome that you want to share with the rest of the people here?
Group on trust.
Exactly.
Yes, so,
yeah, trust.
Trust, it's a major issue, so we heard it in the keynotes yesterday. So it's an issue where there is no value disagreement. Everyone agrees trust is important, but it's still complicated in practice. So we had 3 groups that discussed how can we improve trust in practice. And one discussed what can researchers do, another discussed what can policymakers do, and the third discussed more what can we do to increase trust in the general public. And the common theme here was that trust is a process. So it's something that's vulnerable, it's easy to destroy, and it needs to be nurtured and protected through safe but also open spaces, because too close leads not to trust. And this needs to happen before a crisis appears. When the crisis appears, it's too late to build trust. So step by step, built on interaction that emerges through a system, through structures, more than on ad hoc events. So through this, we try to make bold statements saying that we should nurture safe and open spaces in what we call normal times to support trust-informed policymaking.
Okay, thank you very much. In Dutch we have a wonderful saying, and goes, vertrouwen komt te voet en gaat te paard. Trust comes on foot and leaves by horse. So it takes a long time to arrive, but if it's broken, it disappears very quickly and it takes a long time to get it back. So very much in line with what you said. We are going in opposite directions. So we move to 8. Anastasia, you were talking about the competences that we need in order to make this work.
Thank you so much, Sven. So if I can get a key message, which I think is already in the description of the session, that science for policy and evidence-informed policy making does not come as a straightforward process. It needs skills, competencies, a different mindset that both actors need to engage with, and an ecosystem to be developed in a systematic way. So I will focus in 3 words: mindsets, competencies, and ecosystem. And if I have 1 more minute, according to the points that were raised during the discussion, it's a co-creation process throughout the policy cycle. So science for policy, it's not only when we address a problem, it's also how we understand and how we design policies and how we evaluate them. So the collaborative approach, it's a continuous engagement and assessment and reassessment and reflection on the evidence available, and the importance of engaging with citizens, society, stakeholders. And another perspective brought in our session was the importance of social sciences, arts and humanities in highlighting and providing a better understanding of all the different social and economic aspects of a problem and the different perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then we come to our last group, which was group number 7, where you discussed communication, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I had to run down the stairs because I was still trying to put together everything that has been communicated during this session. It was a lot. But yeah, session number 7 about communication between actors in the evidence-informed policymaking ecosystem. Now, there were so many good ideas that came out of this session, and the details of communication practices are often overlooked. So it was good to dive into a little bit more detail. I would humbly like to transform all that was said into let's organize communication. For better collaboration, we need to organize channels and safe places, safe spaces for researchers to discuss with each other, but also for the different partners in the ecosystem to discuss evidence-informed policymaking. These channels and spaces sometimes need to be formal, but we shouldn't forget that also informal communication can be very important. So also that should have a place and a space. When people with different knowledge backgrounds come together, we need translation. We need awareness of each other's language. We need awareness of the jargon and the meaning of what we say. And of course, listening to each other is also very important in that. There were nice examples of challenges of this during the session already. And to improve this, we need to organize training. So all of the communication partners involved, and hopefully also at an early stage in these professional careers, and not when we need it, but actually already before these processes start. And last but certainly not least, we need to organize inclusion, because inclusion does not happen by itself. We need to take a step back and look for those that may be missing. Are we engaging with all those that are needed in evidence-informed policymaking and also those who are affected by policy? Joyce today is presenting, for example, how arts can help to communicate. And it's important that at the right time and the right moment also emotion may help to engage.
Mm-hmm. Very well. Good. Thank you so much. There was an article in a Belgian newspaper last week or 2 weeks ago that was outlining indeed data is actually a very bad tool to convince people. If you want to convince people to change, to take action, you need to focus on their emotion. And data can help with that, but not just data. So I think...
Arts is a place. Often arts can help in communicating with emotion in that. Yeah.
Good. Thank you so much for sharing. Round of applause. Thank you so much. All right, so we have our 9 bold statements. You've participated in a number of co-creation sessions yourself, so helping to come up with these. I would like to give you just a few minutes to turn to a neighbor, maybe somebody you haven't talked to if you have the option. And if you look at the nine puzzle pieces and maybe also what you heard in the sessions that you participate in, what do you take from there, from these co-creation sessions? And let's put it back on the big screen as well. What do you take from what you see here, but also what you've heard and seen in the different groups across the whole spectrum? So take a few minutes, just chat with your neighbor and see what you can come up with. Okay, thank you so much for sharing. Try and finish off your last thought. It's a great experience, an audience that goes from quite loud to then very silent. You should try and come and listen to it on stage one day. We have one more speaker for you this morning. He has come from across the ocean. I think he's the first cross-ocean speaker we have today. And we were discussing yesterday how I should introduce him, and we settled on Professor Dr. Mr. Rick. And he's going to give a keynote on social sciences, art and humanities, multidisciplinarity and policymaking. And Rick is Professor of Economics at the University of Alberta and the College of Europe. Rick, please come and share your thoughts with us.
This is like when I teach. There's no one in the first 4 rows and you're all hiding at the back of the room. This makes it seem very familiar. It's like being in Canada. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. When we were talking about, it is really bright up here. I know everyone's been talking about it. I can barely see you. So, and it's hot, but anyway, we'll deal with it. So if I take my shirt off, don't take it personally. When talking to the organizers about what I was going to say, we agreed that I should try to build on what I'd heard in the first day and a half. So I've been taking copious notes on my cell phone as I've listened to the conference, and I've completely restructured my talk to try to tie it into things that I've heard, so that to kind of think about where it seems like my expertise might help our conversation. I did want to congratulate the organizers that they've wanted this to be more than the typical conference where we each do our own thing, that they wanted to have a conversation that kind of builds. So I will try to build on what we've already heard. I've noticed, one way I can tie myself to previous presentations is I've noticed that a couple people at least started their presentation with an apology. I have many apologies that I could give you, but I'll just do one. So as I said, I've completely changed my presentation. I have not changed my PowerPoint. So we are going to jump around. So you might get a little dizzy at times. And indeed, as I was thinking this morning about how to best respond to what I've heard in the last day and a half, I thought, aha, I should do my PowerPoint backwards. So this will be an interesting experiment. So I hope it won't be too disjointed. So we're going to start with my last slide. So there we go. Don't get dizzy. Close your eyes. Okay, I went too far. Okay, where's my last slide? Well, that's a special. Okay, well, forget all that stuff. Okay, so this is not my last slide. So my last slide was actually a blatant attempt to flog a couple of my books. But I thought it was used, as many other speakers here have done, to situate myself. So let me start. I think it's useful in this conference to reflect on where we are in the history of interdisciplinarity, that both in the teaching and in research, interdisciplinarity has really blossomed, as I'm sure we're all aware, over the last couple of decades. So we're now at a point where there's thousands of scholars in the world with some experience of interdisciplinary research, thousands of scholars in the world with some experience of interdisciplinary teaching. Not surprisingly, there's a group of scholars that has come to study interdisciplinarity as an object of research to try to identify best practices in interdisciplinary research and interdisciplinary teaching. And that's why I come to you. So I am one of these scholars, part of an international network of scholars that is trying to clarify what interdisciplinarity really means and what transdisciplinarity really means, and identify strategies that seem to work well in both interdisciplinary research and interdisciplinary teaching. Okay, I know there was a remark, the conference is kind of a blur at this point, either this morning or yesterday or last month someplace. There was a conference, a comment about needing to do research on research, so I thought I would advertise my community that there is in fact a community of communities of people out there that have been studying interdisciplinary research, trying to identify how best to go about it. I'm trained as an economist, so sometimes I'm a little queasy about the standard of evidence, that it's largely it's been based by talking to people who've done interdisciplinary research, talking to teachers, getting feedback from them, and then in my case, I've co-authored several editions of a couple of textbooks on how to do interdisciplinary analysis, and then people have followed our advice, and then again we talk to them. So I'm fairly confident in the advice we give, but I'm also happy that this field of interdisciplinary studies is starting to use kind of some of the more formal methods that I'm used to as an economist in analyzing the sort of advice we're giving. Okay, so that's where we are. You can't write a textbook unless the field has matured to a certain extent. So I wanted to let you know that this field of the study of interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity has matured to a point where there are not just mine, but a handful of textbooks out there that are used in many countries in the world. And so there is some advice we can give on how to do interdisciplinary research and how to evaluate interdisciplinary research. I wish that advice was even better than it is. So within that community of scholars of interdisciplinarity, I am constantly pushing for us to move even faster towards even greater consensus. Some of the conversations I've been involved in at this conference, talking to some people working in granting agencies the other day, and they were bemoaning the fact that it's harder to evaluate interdisciplinary proposals, that when you're evaluating, say an economics proposal, economics have a fairly good idea of what economics research looks like. That view is a little problematic, as I'll talk about later, but at least there are clear standards you can use if you want to evaluate an economics proposal. It becomes much less clear when you're evaluating an interdisciplinary proposal what you should be looking for. I would say that one thing you could look for is whether people seem to be familiar with the fact that there's now thousands of people who've done interdisciplinary research and that they can learn from them, and that there's strategies that have been identified as useful, and maybe they should be employing those strategies. But I'm hopeful that over the next years we will achieve even greater consensus and be able to provide even greater advice to both granting agencies and policymakers about how you might decide which is really good interdisciplinary research that you might want to have great confidence in and what is not. Unlike many of my colleagues in this field of interdisciplinary studies, I recognize that there's some pretty bad research that calls itself interdisciplinary out there. There are unfortunately journals that will publish questionable, sort of superficial, I would call it, research, which kind of cherry picks ideas from different disciplines. Okay, as was noticed the other day a couple times, there's of course diversity within disciplines. If you look hard enough, you can find an economist that will say pretty much any crazy thing you want, and so you can kind of, by cherry picking from different disciplines, you could make an argument that isn't really justified. Okay, but so beware that not everything that calls itself interdisciplinary is great work, but that there are, I think, emerging a set of standards by which you can judge. And again, I think the key thing there is to be aware that there has been a lot of interdisciplinary research, and that those decades of interdisciplinary research have served to identify good ways of going about doing interdisciplinary research. One point that I have over the last day and a half kept, sorry, I'm looking at the back there and someone's just waving themselves because it's hot, and I keep thinking that you're kind of trying to get my attention, but I realize that you're just hot. Well, I'm hot too, so I'm waving, and so we're all good. So what the thing that I keep, we are kind of, this conference is focused on how to pursue interdisciplinary policy advice, and the obvious, one of the key takeaways I would give you is that if we want to do that, we need to infuse the entire system with interdisciplinary expertise. That seems obvious to me because, again, I'm aware that there are a lot of people out there in academia with interdisciplinary expertise. You might, we were talking this morning in session 8 about competencies that you look for in policymakers. You might want to stress this, or at least add it to your list of competencies, people who know how to integrate, people who know how to do interdisciplinary evaluation. These can play a valuable role in your policymaking operations. When you pull together advisory committees of academics, strive to make sure there's someone, at least one person on these committees with some experience in doing interdisciplinary analysis. The minister the other day was talking about how he'd pulled together an interdisciplinary group and they just talked past each other. That happens all too often, but there are strategies that we have identified for getting past that and achieving some sort of common ground. So if you have someone on your advisory committees with some experience in doing that, you can have much more constructive conversations. I should say I urge you that you might want to, think about hiring people with an interdisciplinary education. One of my pet peeves in the world is that there's lots of programs that lots of teaching programs that call themselves interdisciplinary, but don't actually make any effort to teach students how to do interdisciplinary analysis. So at my own university, we have a science and technology studies program, which requires students to take courses in philosophy of science and history of science and sociology of science, and then leaves it entirely up to students to figure out some way of connecting these courses. Of course, the attraction of such a program is it's really cheap, that we take a bunch of existing courses and disciplines and just patch them together. But the program could be much more useful to students and much more prepare them for many careers, including in policymaking, if it took that extra step and taught them how to do interdisciplinary analysis. I guess I should say, since we're in Europe, one bad piece of news for you is that Europe is probably, in terms of its teaching programs, the least interdisciplinary continent in the entire world. Nevertheless, I have many friends in Europe who teach in really exciting interdisciplinary programs and do really exciting interdisciplinary research, but it is well noticed within my community that there are many more interdisciplinary teaching programs at both the undergraduate and graduate level in North America for a variety of historical reasons than there are in Europe. More surprisingly to me, the Times Educational Supplement in London last year did a global survey of universities and found that universities in the global south tend to have institutionalized interdisciplinarity far more than universities in either Europe or North America. So it seems like the global south has leapfrogged. I suspect it's because a lot of their universities are newer, and so they're introducing interdisciplinarity before the disciplines became all powerful. Okay, I don't want to dwell on the bad news. There has been many calls, which I like to see from speakers at this conference for more interdisciplinary education in Europe. I agree, but there are already some really good programs that can serve as exemplars, but there needs to be a lot more. So I applaud you for encouraging that. I hope you have success. Again, my one bit of advice is to make sure you encourage the best sort of interdisciplinarity that actually teaches students how to do interdisciplinary analysis. Okay, so imagine, okay, so apparently it didn't get transmitted, but so imagine there was this wonderful slide that had a picture of my textbook and some other things I've written there. So that was where we were supposed to start. Picture that. This next slide, it seems useful. We've talked a lot about interdisciplinarity. I will have another slide later on about why it's so important. Just wanted to dwell for a second on why disciplines are valuable. Because, you know, again, I'm an economist. Economists can have these very productive conversations because we share these understandings. We only have a small number of theories that we use in economics. We only have 2 methods, now 3 that we use, so we kind of understand these things. So if I write an article in economics, I don't have to explain rational choice theory. I don't have to explain econometrics. I don't have to explain what GDP is or inflation. I can delve right into what I'm doing. So disciplines, because they have these shared understandings, can have these very productive conversations. But that inherently comes with a downside, that we only get the advantages of specialization because we ignore alternative theories and we ignore alternative methods and we ignore the things that are studied in other disciplines. So that creates this great opportunity for interdisciplinarity, that we can come in, value evidence produced from different methods, try to integrate across different theories, and try to develop understandings which include variables studied in a bunch of different disciplines. That tends to be the main characteristic of interdisciplinary research, as we study connections between things studied in different disciplines. And we tend, while we're doing that, to draw on different theories and methods. I guess I worried too much about my PowerPoint slides. There we go. Okay, Rick's not going to follow any orders, so we just won't put his slides up on the screen. There we go. Okay. Well, we'll pause for a second. You can all take pictures. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the funny thing is, so I had a bunch of slides that were focused on the social sciences and humanities. But in rethinking my presentation, I'm going to skip over most of those, but I should. So I have this book out there which talks about how we could better integrate within the social sciences and humanities, both in teaching and in research. And there is, of course, a chapter in there on how to do interdisciplinary policy advice, which I think is probably why I got invited to this conference. All right. So now we have to go back a bit. Well, let me just, as we're zipping past this, just a little note before I skip over it. The social sciences and humanities did not divide up the subject matter that there are. So economics is fairly logical, political science is fairly logical, but sociology really studies a handful of topics that are no more closely related to each other than they are to the economy or to politics. Culture is studied in a bunch of different disciplines. Okay, now gender is not just studied in sociology, but in gender studies and other places. So the social sciences and humanities, if we're going to do interdisciplinary analysis across them, unfortunately, one of the things we have to recognize is this, they're a bit of a mess. That they're not logical, that if I was an all-powerful, planner, I would not design the set of disciplines that we have today, but we have to deal with them. That's all I'll say on that. Okay. So I've been talking about how to do interdisciplinary analysis. Let me also check my time here. Okay. Yeah, we'll survive. So I won't bore you with the entire 300 pages in my textbook, but just a couple key parts. So one of the key things that an interdisciplinary scholar has to do, like any scholar, is do an analysis of the existing literature. This, of course, is much more complicated for an interdisciplinary research because they're going to have to look at literatures in multiple disciplines, whether you're doing team research or individual research. The big point I would stress here is that interdisciplinary analysis complements disciplinary analysis. Okay, so if I write an article in economics, the editor and the peer reviewers will, what they'll basically ask is, am I applying economic theory and economic methods appropriately? Okay, that's basically what disciplinary peer review does. Okay, and an economist evaluating a piece of economics research is not really going to ask, well, is our theory the right one? Is our method the right one? That's going to be assumed within the discipline. Of course our theory is the right one. Of course our method's the right one. But an interdisciplinary researcher will come along and they'll ask those questions. What are the strengths and weaknesses of this theory? So if an economist is applying rational choice theory, well, what are the strengths, but also what are the weaknesses of rational choice theory? Are people really rational in the situation that we're looking at here? And they'll also look at the method and say, well, you know, what are the weaknesses of this method? So the sort of econometric analysis that economists do is really powerful, and it can tell us what lots of agents, the sort of decisions that lots of agents are making, but it doesn't give us the kind of fine-grained understanding of why particular people are doing particular things that you might get by observing them or interviewing them or even surveying them. Okay, so what an interdisciplinary scholar is going to do is kind of say, well, what might we learn from alternative theories? What might we learn from alternative methods? You know, again, what are the weaknesses of this discipline? To what extent is the discipline driving the result? Or is this economist recommending market solutions because economists tend to recommend market solutions, or is there actually good evidence in this paper for doing it in this particular case? So for a policymaker, one of your big challenges in doing evidence-based policy is knowing what evidence is reliable. I would, make this big point, I hope, that if a piece of research has been gone through both disciplinary evaluation and also interdisciplinary evaluation, then you're in a much better position to know to what extent you should rely on it in your policy making. Okay, another point that I wanted to stress while we're on this slide is that these disciplines do not just randomly choose their theories and methods, that they choose mutually supportive theories and methods and things to study. So again, I use my own discipline a lot. One of the, I think even in economics, we don't recognize that one of the main advantages of rational choice theory, if we assume that people make their decisions rationally, is we don't have to really look at any individual. We know how they make decisions. We don't have to ask them. And so if we know what they want, and we generally assume that they want to maximize their income or something like that, and we know what their choice set is, then we know what they're going to do. And so that allows us to use mathematical modeling and econometric analysis. And as long as that was all economists were doing, we were never going to move away from the rational choice assumption. What happened in economics is some people started doing experiments. And they discovered that in experimental situations, people often did behave rationally. And so within economics now, we're having a bit of a revolution where economists will increasingly recognize that maybe rationality is an extreme assumption and people don't behave that way in a lot of places. That only happened because there was this new method. Okay, that the method econometrics was never going to take us away from rationality. There were anomalies. We couldn't understand why stock markets fluctuated so much and so on, but we could live with that. It was experiments that really trashed the rationality assumption. Okay, whereas in sociology, where they've long assumed that people don't behave rationally, then they had no choice but to actually interview people or survey them or observe them to see how they actually made decisions. Okay, the importance for you, this is to help you understand why we often have these conversational problems. So if I were a traditional economist, which clearly I'm not, I was talking to a sociologist and they're talking how they've done some interviews to understand the importance of peer pressure on people's decision making because they have a theory about that. I would say, well, you've got a stupid theory. you're using a stupid method, and you're studying a bunch of things that I don't care about. And so it's very easy. And the sociologist could in turn look at economic research and say, rational choice is a stupid assumption, econometrics is a stupid method, and so on. Okay, so it's useful for you when you have these cross-disciplinary conversations to realize that people from different disciplines are often disagreeing in a multidimensional sort of way, that they don't like each other's theories, they don't like each other's methods, and they study different things, so they don't understand why people are studying different stuff. Okay. Okay, just quickly, I'm really falling behind time here. Okay, this is one of the big challenges. I know there's been some conversation at this conference about how hard it is to do. I would say, well, I'm here. I've heard lots of people talk about how hard interdisciplinarity is. I also heard a couple people talk about how easy interdisciplinarity is. I think both of these are dangerous ideas. The not surprising truth is in the middle, that interdisciplinarity is challenging, but quite possible. And that's, of course, why it's important to recognize that we have identified some strategies for doing it. So I've already talked about the important evaluation step, some questions that an interdisciplinary scholar should ask as they're reviewing the literature. The integration step, what do you do if different disciplines are disagreeing? Well, you can often trace that back to using different theories and methods. We have some other strategies. This was also mentioned a couple times at the conference, that different disciplines have different language, so sometimes they just seem to be disagreeing because they're defining their terms differently. So that's the first thing to look for, or are they actually talking about the same thing, or just seeming to talk about the same thing? The second most common reason why disciplines disagree is that each discipline emphasizes its own thing. So economists tend to study a narrow set of economic variables and don't worry about culture. And so then you kind of ask, can we take the things that are studied in one discipline and add them to a theory from another discipline? Or can we maybe diagram how the things studied in different disciplines interact? Okay, so the minister the other day was talking about getting an economist together, and all they wanted to talk about is how people make choices, and some sociologists, and all they wanted to talk about is structure. And I immediately thought, well, why didn't you try to get them to talk about how people make decisions within the particular structure that they're operating within? That it's entirely possible to combine these different theories. Okay, we can take the economic approach to looking at how people make choices, recognizing the constraints that society is putting on them at a particular point in time, and get a more nuanced understanding about how they're making these particular choices. Okay, just briefly, that last one. Sometimes, of course, disciplines really are talking about the same thing and are disagreeing. I've already given an example of rationality, so that a sociologist and an economist might reach different conclusions about an issue simply because one's assuming rationality and the other's assuming the opposite. One useful strategy is to recognize that humans aren't completely rational or completely non-rational. You can ask yourself, in the particular policy area that I'm worried about right now, how rational do I think people are going to be? And then kind of weight the advice. If you think people are going to be really rational, you can pay a lot of attention to the economist. If you think they're going to be really non-rational, you can pay a lot of attention to the sociologist. 12, 15, okay. I still have a couple minutes. That's really cool stuff. It's a shame we missed it. This came up a couple times, and I just wanted to kind of applaud you for saying it over and over, and say that within this community of communities that I'm involved in, we talk about it a lot too, that if we want any kind of policy advice, but if we want interdisciplinary policy advice in particular, we need an ongoing conversation between academics and policymakers. That we recognize that it's really naive on our part to think we can just do our own research and that some policymaker will go to the library and find my article and say, oh, I think I'll put that into practice. That's not the way things tend to work in life. Though I guess it got me invited to this conference, so sometimes it works, but In general, what you want is an ongoing conversation, because academics tend to understand what are the problems that you're facing, what keeps you awake in the middle of the night as a policymaker, what are the questions that are foremost on your mind. And I think we saw there was a survey of young scholars that was talked about in the session I was in this morning, where they want to be involved in policy, but they're not quite sure how to get involved. So I think there would be some interest there, and it doesn't have to be really expensive to start a conversation. In my experience, academics always say that they're really busy, but they will do almost anything for a free meal. That's been my experience. And so you don't have to spend a lot of money to gather people together and just have a conversation where the policymakers say, well, these are the things I'm really worried about. I would like some evidence to guide me in doing this decision and that decision. And maybe the academics will say, well, I actually know of some existing research that you might find useful. Or maybe they'll think, oh, maybe I can tweak my own research to give better answers to you. Okay, there's going to be a problem of timelines. If the policymaker wants an answer by Thursday, academics aren't going to be able to do new research. They may be able to point you to some existing research. But that's sort of ongoing conversation where the policymaker has some input. Okay, maybe, again, there's this transdisciplinary research which would actually pull policymakers onto the research team and have them giving advice on research design all the way through. Maybe a lot of you as policymakers don't have time to do that, but you do have time for a conversation every couple of months where you can give feedback on what the researchers are up to. And then when the research is eventually completed, the policymaker feels a little bit invested in it, that they've been able to give some advice along the way, and they're more likely then to take the results on board. So that's kind of a different kind of integration. It's been mentioned many times at this conference that policymakers and scholars speak different languages. We can overcome that. I see you're probably moving over here to tell me I'm running out of time. But you also told me I could blow through my deadline if I really wanted to. A little bit, okay. Yeah, I'll just, we're doing okay. Right, so let me finish on what was supposed to be my first slide, because I promised this earlier, and then I'll shut up. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so it's useful. So I applaud the organizers. I think the purpose of this conference is really wonderful. I think we should be doing more interdisciplinary policy advice. I think it's useful to reflect on why. So I've already touched on a couple of these things that we all better, and biases is kind of a nasty word, but I hope you can agree with me that every discipline has its strengths and its weaknesses. Interdisciplinary analysis allows us to transcend that, give you more comprehensive advice that includes more variables than any disciplinary advice will be. And that means that that interdisciplinary analysis is also more likely to identify negative side effects. Since we're studying connections across a wider range of things studied in a lot of different disciplines, we're more likely to be able to alert you to how a policy that may help you pursue one goal may get in the way of other goals. And in doing all these things, you know that your challenges are complex. Interdisciplinary researchers know that the challenges are complex, so they're giving you advice that is better than disciplinary experts will. There's been a little bit of talk here about, especially this morning, about dealing with changes and surprises, that often policy becomes most important during a pandemic or a war or whatever. Disciplines, this is some research that I've done, disciplines tend, for the most part, to study systems of stability. So economists spend the vast majority of their time talking about how economies are generally pretty stable. So we know theoretically that a pandemic can really mess up our economy, but we don't spend very much time worrying about it. Whereas interdisciplinary research is much more likely to look at how something going on that's studied in one discipline can really mess up the system of stability that's studied in others. Okay, so interdisciplinary research, another advantage that may be less obvious is it's more likely to alert us to these things, these cross-disciplinary linkages that often that come as surprises and take up a lot of policymakers' time. And I think we could all, recognize after the pandemic that maybe we would have benefited if there had been a bit more research before the pandemic on how to deal with pandemics. Okay, and then the last bit, that it helps us with evaluation and it helps us with integration. One last thing, and then I really will shut up. There's been a lot of concern. The major challenge in our time is that the public no longer trusts science. That's because the public doesn't understand science. We teach them in high school this outdated view of science, that it's just one thing that we know after another. We who do science know that, especially on the frontier, we disagree all the time. We have imperfect evidence. We have uncertainty. Interdisciplinary research can really be part of the answer in convincing the public. So we recognize there's biases. We recognize that each piece of research is imperfect, but we have strategies for evaluating and integrating and moving us towards consensus. And the other piece of that is the best, as a policymaker, the best confidence you can have in a hypothesis is if it's justified using different methods and different data sets and so on. If you think about climate science, the reason we can be so confident that they're right is that scholars from a bunch of different disciplines using a bunch of different methods are getting results that point in the same direction. It would be amazingly surprising if they were all wrong. Hopefully that was a good place to end. Sven's giving me these really dirty looks, so he can be very nasty. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for that. I was checking the audience, whether their line of sight was still to the front and not there. It was still towards you, so I kept you talking. That's a compliment for your conversation. For
yes, Sven was telling me that you would lose attention at 20 minutes and doze off, so...
He has proven me wrong.
There we go.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. That does mean we did cut into our conversation time, but that's fine. I think you brought a lot of the issues in your presentation, and then I'll catch you over lunch to, have all my questions for you.
Well, I'm really sorry. Because Sven had read me his questions before so that I could prepare answers to them. I'm really sorry that I...
No, it's all okay. It's all good. I think people looked very interesting or were very interested, okay, so it's absolutely not a problem. So thanks a lot. Back to you. We have a Mentimeter question. There you go. And the question is as following. So without a doubt, tomorrow you'll meet a colleague who said, hey, I heard you were at this conference where Rick was speaking. What are the 3 things I should remember from his speech? Or what are the 3 things you remembered from his speech? And then share them with me. What would you tell to that person? That's the question that I have here for you. Just take a few minutes to reflect and put them down. And then we can put the results on screen. And maybe that's also interesting to see for you what people are picking up from your conversation.
We didn't warn them that there was going to be a test.
No, we didn't. It's more fun like this,
yes,
no?
Yes.
I agree. It's working, the link? And then you can show the results. And just switch screens to the Mentimeter.
And I'm around for the rest of the conference. Feel free to grab me over lunch or over coffee or walking in the park or whatever. And I'm easy to find on, an unusual last name. I'm easy to find on the University of Alberta website.
So you're funny. It's a good start. Interactions should be an ongoing conversation. Academics would do anything for a free meal. That landed very well. Pluridisciplinarity can work, but it needs to be taught more. And then my question was, and maybe I can just quickly ask you, what are the three things that should be taught in that course? Very short.
Oh, well, I think I emphasize teaching the strategies for evaluation. Oh, sorry. So teaching the strategies for evaluation, teaching the strategies for integration. Unfortunately, there's still a lot of confusion about how to define interdisciplinarity, so that has to be taught. There's also, and this is of course cheating, he asked me for 3, I'll give more. There was some discussion this morning of, creating safe spaces and so on. I should kind of point out that our literature also talks about dealing with how some disciplines feel superior to others and how you can overcome that sort of thing in conversations. So.
Okay, thank you. Interdisciplinarity rocks, so at least you landed that message. It's very valuable. Engagement in policy relevant issues stimulates interdisciplinary approaches, and if we can move a bit up, because there's still things underneath. People in the tech booth, you should be able to scroll up or down. I see there's 49 results. I don't think that's 49. There's 56 responses. Well, could you move it up?
Anyway, congratulations. So far, you're all passing.
Yes, thank you. Integration requires creativity. You need multidisciplinarity experts in order to implement multidisciplinarity. The 4 strategies to achieve integration need to reassess our methods that we take for granted when talking in silos, and then we move more up. Interdisciplinary research is a way forward, and it will help us to gain interest of the public. We need some flexibility in our methods to connect with knowledge. And even if researchers from, and now I'm curious what will come, from different disciplines can't, more up, yes, can't speak to each other from the start, there are strategies how you can engage them to start talking to each other. Interdisciplinarity offers more complex insights. Research on interdisciplinary research can help distinguish good interdisciplinary research from bad one. And that was also one of my questions, then what is bad one? But we're not going to go there at this moment. So lots of reflections and lessons you take from this. Maybe just show Joyce's slide for a second and see what she got out of it. And then I will let you go for lunch. If we can see the slide of Joyce.
I've been looking forward to this, Joyce.
Yeah, exactly.
With a little trepidation, I should say.
Yeah.
But
so the video of the screen of Joyce, if you can show that. Voila, there we go. Now we're there. Has matured. I like the glass of wine, Joyce. Disciplines tend to ignore other methods and theories. Interdisciplinary evaluation complements disciplinary evaluation. Strategy to achieve integration, redefinition, theory extension, organization transformation. We need an ongoing conversation. Is the food for free? That's a good one. That's definitely one that sticks. Have you used it before, Rick?
Yes.
Yes. We need to infuse the whole community with interdisciplinary and interdisciplinary rocks. It's hot in here. Yes, that's true.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Do I really look like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Good. I think you have deserved lunch. We'll be back here at, let's make it 1:39. We start at 1:39. Enjoy the lunch. Come.
I'm going to take a picture.
Can you put it one more time because Rick wants to take a picture. Thank you. Enjoy lunch. You will, yeah. Can we put off the mic? Welcome back. Please close your weapons of mass distraction. Only the people who need to take official notes. You can keep your computers open. All right, so we are going to end more or less this conference. This last block is all about innovation. Innovation is about taking risks, about doing things that are maybe slightly uncomfortable, things we haven't tried yet, things we find weird at first. But this is important, or an important capacity to actually innovate, is to be comfortable with that. And so, to get you into that spirit, we're going to do a small experience. And for that, you'll need to find a partner that is relatively close to you. So you need to sit next to the person or just behind you, but somebody who's relatively close. So if you're far away from people, find somebody to meet up. Like over there. Yeah, you are good. Yeah. A bit of movement is healthy. And I'm an historian by education, and we had this joke that historians, we can only count to 3. After that, it's a lot or long time ago. How long was it ago? Very long time ago. How many people were there? Many. And so I try to limit my activities that involve numbers to things that stick with 3. But going from 1 to 3 might appear easy, but it's not always that easy. So what are you going to do? You're going to sit with your partner and you're going to count to 3 alternating. Yeah, so if I'm myself and then I'm the other person, I will go 1, 2, 3, 1, etc. And you'll try and do it as fast as possible. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, stop. Raise your hand if you thought, this is deceptively difficult. Yeah, exactly. Counting to 3, not always easy. Okay, but it's still manageable, right? You managed. Okay, so I'm going to make it a bit more difficult. So, sorry? On your own, it's very easy. Yes, I know. So we're going to make it a bit more difficult. You're going to replace the 1 with a sound. So I'll demonstrate. Boom, 2, 3. Boom, etc., etc. So replace 1 with a sound. Go. Okay, stop. Stop. Good. Raise your hand if you picked boom as a sound. Yeah. Innovation is not about repetition. It's about doing your own thing, okay? But it's still doable, right? Manageable. So I'm going to make it slightly more difficult. You're going to keep the sound that you have, and you're going to replace 2 with a movement. No sound, just a movement. So I'll give you the example. Boom. 3. Boom. Etc. Go. You can do it. Come on. Okay, stop. Stop. Great. Who picked this as a movement? Ah, I like to see that. Still doable, right? Yes. So we're gonna continue. We keep the sound, boom, my sound. I'll keep my symbol. And number 3, I'm gonna replace by a movement and a sound. Yeah, so I go boom, cuck. For example, yeah, go. Okay, stop. Very good. It's doable, right? Yeah, I'm not going to make it more difficult. In fact, I'm going to make it easier. So you're going to go back to the 1, 2, 3 without any movements or any sounds. So just the normal 1, 2, 3 and try and do it as fast as possible. Ready? Go. Right. Let me guess. It was much faster than the first time. Right? Yeah. Even though you were actually doing something else. Right? It's the great thing about innovation for me is you can try, you can experiment. If you don't like it, you can still go back to what you were doing before and you'll still be better at it than you were when you didn't practice something else. Right? Innovation mindset. You try, you experiment, you feel uncomfortable. It might be weird. If it works, you continue. If you don't, just go back to what you were doing and try again. With that in mind, we have for you 3 speakers who will talk about an innovation they have made on this topic. They'll share with you what it is, why it is innovative, why it is scalable or how it could be scalable, and what can you take from it. They'll have 10 minutes to discuss that each, and then we'll have a small conversation with them, and we will include you as well in that conversation. But my first speaker, or your first speaker actually, is Jaakko Kuusmanen, Chief Coordinator of the Science Advice Initiative in Finland, and he will talk about small-scale pilots, then scaling up testing solutions. Finland notably is very good at this at all levels of government, is what my cheat paper says. Just a little bit of pressure. Just a little bit of pressure.
Somebody may have left that there. That's not my title, that's for sure. But thank you everyone, and thanks for this. It's hard to top that innovation, so there's a lot of pressure here. So yes, my name is Jaakko Kuusmanen, and I work for the Finnish Academy of Science and Letters, and we've been working on experimental, exploratory science advice, science for policy with the Finnish government from 2019 onwards. And I wanted to just give you a little glimpse to our work here in Finland, there in Finland, and maybe you'll get some food for thought for that. So yesterday, David talked about ecosystems and ecosystems, and I think that's something that we take to heart as well when we think about developing science advice, science for policy. We don't even talk about science advice actually because the terminology is not very prevalent and it doesn't translate well to Finnish, so we come up with our own language and jargon, if you will, as well. So basically we wanted to explore, think, because the traditional models for science advice, science for policy, commission reports, committee hearings, different working groups, all of these are completely fine and they work sometimes they don't. But they're also, we think, and everybody here probably agrees that these are made for the old world, that the world has changed and we need to think beyond and create those things that don't still exist. So, and what do? So everyone knows also the situation around us, the increasing exponential amounts of data, high quality research output, bigger R&D spending, and all of these are perfectly fine this is the changing landscape that we need to look when we think about what we do with science advice. By the way, I forgot to ask, there was a quiz there for all you science for policy and policy for science geeks. Who is the person in the slide here? Somebody knows. Yes. There's a geek. Absolutely. That's wonderful. Thank you for that. So data is increasing, amounts of information is increasing, high quality research is increasing as well. And so you might say that we're facing something like paradox of evidence-informed policy making, and this is what steers us at the present era. We have more than ever high quality and high quantity research available for us for policy making, but the amount of volume and also the data around that and the noise in the system makes it harder to find. Well, there's technical solutions to that, and we heard yesterday as well. There are JRCs, for example, experimenting with AI-based evidence synthesizing, so that makes it easier to tackle this type of paradox. So that's a simple look at, we have a challenge, we have the normal traditional model of science advice, and then we have a technical solutions. We use AI to do better evidence synthesis, and this is great work that they're doing. There's also, we think that we need to also rethink science advice, even the kind of whole framework of how it's done as well. So with systemic policy issues, there's a need to question the whole model of how can we complement that model of question and answer logic that brings together all of these commissioned reports and then finally gives advice to the highest level of politics. So what we wanted to test is something that we worked on so far. So this is one example case of what we've been doing, is science sparring. This was inspired by red teaming, which is red teaming, for those of you who don't know, it's used in intelligence and sometimes foresight activities and cybersecurity. So you have a piece of intelligence or you have a product that you're building on an antivirus software, and then you test the tenacity by hiring hackers to try to crack through the antivirus software. And in the intelligence community, you have a hypothesis, and then another team comes in and tests it, stress tests it basically. So with science advice traditionally works with question and answer logic. The policymakers have questions, and then the scientists try to answer that with the highest available quality of evidence in a palatable way, delivered in a timely fashion, in a transparent and independent way, perhaps. Somebody has heard that before, perhaps? So, but yes, so that can lead to fine results as well. But what we found when we work with ministries is that you build basically a mosaic of evidence to support some policy making, but with systemic policy issues which are interconnected, they're basically also, by definition, they're connected to an infinite amount of evidence, or as much as we have available. So where do you draw the line in such cases? And we found that the civil servants, especially working on those policies, they're not jack of all trades, and they may lose the wood from the trees, basically. And you may end up losing the known unknowns and the unknown knowns in the process from an epistemic point of view, to use a fancy word. So we have come up with a model. We've tested it with 8 ministries where the policymakers come with early drafts on the table. They can be impact assessment, they can be analysis of the overview of the situation where they're doing the policy, they can be hypothesis about an intervention, about the site costs or whatever, and then we bring in a multidisciplinary scientific team to test that hypothesis, basically stress test it with both scientific research but also with scientific expertise as well. So it kind of broadens the horizon as well of the engagement model that we're working on from a traditional science advice. We don't say it's ready, but we found that when we've done it with 8 different ministries, there's a demand for something like this. So I'd say we have a proof of concept, to use innovation language. We still haven't scaled it completely. The current government is also somewhat resistant to scaling up anything related to evidence-informed policymaking. So we're facing a little bit of uphill battle there. But to just give you an example, so when we work with National Climate Adaptation Plan, we have basically the first time the government does a lot of reports to support it to begin with. Then the drafters need to draft for the first time ever a concept of vulnerability in the whole climate adaptation plan. So how do you do that? From all the evidence, when they first did the draft, we brought in ethicists, we brought environmental statisticians, we brought economists, we brought engineers and others to look for different ways of what can be problematic, for example, or what are the gaps here, what are they missing, what should they do further reports, for example, on. So this is a model for finding more reports, perhaps. But that seemed to work quite well in the sense that sometimes the policymakers really don't know what they don't know, and then they don't have to have the questions at hand when they first come in. Here's a draft of our vulnerability. What do you think of that? And you critically scrutinize it, and it can work quite well. So I don't have time to go into details, but simply I say creative approaches are needed. Just be very exploratory, because also how we did this model, we didn't have the hypothesis that this would be the way it worked. It iterated from just an impact assessment workshop to another workshop, and then it kind of built up there. And when we saw that there's a repetition on something, and we were kind of like, how are we making that actually work? What is it that's working here? So we needed to dig that out, and then to flesh that out. So we didn't have the model clear in our head, but it just kind of has built up all the time. And now we don't know what we're missing in the next phase as well, so we'll see. But in summary, we've done a lot of this different types of piloting. Some are from 1-week pilots to 6-month pilots. We've done AI-assisted horizon scanning. We've done different types of knowledge presentations, like digital evidence matrices. We've done knowledge needs toolkits or narrated briefs for the Prime Minister. We tried domesticating international high-quality reports. We failed miserably. There we realized that if the reports in the process, the ministries aren't committed to that early on, then the uptake of evidence is much harder, because there's no commitment and buy-in to begin with. So we haven't gotten that model to work. While we're a very small country and we would need to utilize the international research as effectively as possible, we haven't gotten that to work. And the digital evidence matrix, for example, we realized that it's too new model. People still like and trust the report format, but we can do it in a workshop setting, and then we are able, when we facilitate it, then we may be able to get it work. So this is very iterative. It is, I'd say, exploratory, and I just encourage all of you to explore and just not buy into the old, big, fancy models sometimes that are also sold by some in the science for policy game, because they are invested in it, they are representing it, and maybe that's not the right models for the future as well. So don't get into trying to build a model that is outdated already when you kind of start working on it and get it running. So simply, it's a simple message, just experiment, and it's okay to fail. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will throw it to you. All right. Thank you so much. One thing that I liked a lot, well, I liked several things, but one thing I want to highlight is indeed the shift from question to answer to this two-way street between hypothesis and testing. And we are doing for the Flemish government now a bit of research on reporting and the future of reporting. And one of the things that consistently comes back is this two-way communication. And so I think that resonates very much with that. Stop going, this is what we are doing, or this is what we want, but okay, also have something that comes back. And from what I heard from here, from the conversations, it's also what you desire, that it's not a one-way street of a policymaker coming to ask something and then you provide the answer. You want a debate, a conversation, a cooperation. And yeah, explore. I think that's also a nice one. Just give it a go, try, and sometimes it will work and sometimes it might not, and then learn from that. Our second contribution is Jean-Éric Aubert. He's the International Advisor in Innovation Policy and President of the International Ocean University, and he will bring us some insights on foresight exercises and the role of social sciences, art, and humanities in a science for policy ecosystem.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the organizers for having me brought here. I used to be a specialist in innovation policy at the OECD and the World Bank. But I must say that it's the first time I experiment such a session on innovation policy with the type of exercise we have had with 1, 2, 3, and so on. So thank you for this innovation. I was supposed to talk about the relationship between social science and humanities and foresight or future studies and policy making. This is what I will try to survey very quickly in 9 minutes now. In starting from the experience I have after my career as international civil servant, I became the president of the French Foresight Society. In French, it's Société Française de Prospective, and also the Fondation 2100, which is looking to 2100. So I'm basing this speech on the experience of these two foresight. I will have just 2 slides, no more. The first one is this one. The Société Française de Prospective was created about 10 years ago with the idea to be a kind of common house for future study specialists in France, working in ministries, universities, enterprise. And there is about 60 members, including several institutional members. And we do policy-oriented conference and publications and so on, and mostly related to some sector studies, which could be in relation to the environment, the territory, the work, the labor, and so on. And the idea of this French Foresight Society was to exist between a big thing that many of you probably know in France, which is called Futurible, which is in fact something which is a kind of think tank as well as a training and a consulting firm with a lot of resources from big firms. And there is another pole in France, which is the only one who would teach foresight and future studies in the CNAM, le Conservatoire National des Arts et Métiers, which is the only thing in foresight. The other is the Fondation 2100 Foundation. In fact, it relates to a study which was published by the French Ministry of Research in 1990, and which was called The Narrative of the 21st Century, which is an enormous book of 600 pages, very lot of illustration, and the story of the 21st century, which so far has been confirmed, mostly up to 2020. And based on this, there's been a series of 150 conferences for a number of years, and then we have established a foundation for continuing the work, which is more oriented towards supporting operational projects like PhD thesis, like we are also a competition, one ongoing, notably on the work in 2050 with videos and so on that we are going to award in the next June. And we are also involved in a new narrative for the 21st century, revisiting the work which was done 30 years ago, 25 years ago, no, even 35 years ago. And we are precisely doing that. And I'm going to use this exercise for precisely speaking about the story, what is foresight? What is future studies? In fact, it's not new. It has been developed since the 60s. It was launched by the Defense Ministry in US. It has been theorized in France by a guy called Gaston Berger, who explained that you need to think about deep, large, great, with a profound understanding of the human nature to make this future studies activity. And it inspired many organizations throughout the world. And we have tried recently at the French Foresight Society in France to make a kind of SWOT based on the experience of all our colleagues, since some of them with 50 years of experience. And we arrived to this very simple matrix. Everybody knows what is a SWOT. I will just comment briefly. So the strength of the foresight studies is precisely the capacity to have a systemic, holistic view, with a capacity also to use as a dialogue, societal dialogue instrument. And it's both science and an art. You cannot say it's science in the usual sense of social science. It's also an art because you have to communicate, you have to mobilize your intuition, and you have also be able to communicate to the public at large or the policymakers what you see about the future. So this is the first point and the real unique features of the foresight study when they are well done and connected to policymaking. Then the weakness here is on the part of knowledge. In fact, this is where they are not successful enough. They tend to be too superficial. They tend to err between science fiction and pure forecast, economic forecast, for instance. And at the end, what you have to produce is narratives or scenarios and things like that. But if they are not based on a real good understanding of the future, your things is to a certain extent weak. So you have to make progress on this, and this is precisely where social sciences would be most useful. Unfortunately, they are not brought really in the future studies. It's still two separated fields. This is a real issue, and I would say that and in addition, there is this problem. Foresight studies, notably in France and the Francophone area, are not established as an academic discipline. It's not the case in other parts of the world, notably, for instance, in the US, where it's recognized as an academic discipline. You have PhD, you have a master's for that, and so on, which is not the case in our area. And this is an issue. And in Europe, it depends on the country. It's not generalized. Now look at the opportunities for future studies. The pressure from climate change, the ecological crisis, and so on is such that it's really changing the game. And there is a need to think about the future and the long-term, the very long-term future. At the same time, there is these disruptions that we know with geology, geopolitics, technology. Everybody knows about ChatGPT and so on. And there is also something quite new, which is the intelligence, artificial intelligence, the big data, which is going to change fundamentally the epistemology of these future studies. If we are going to use appropriately all the data we can collect, that may change our understanding of the world and the reality. And that comes back to the point of the weaknesses. It's a way to counteract the current weaknesses. At the end, if we need to bring back the social science and humanities, it has to be related to this, I would say, data story, if I may say, with, I would say, something which would be around the behavioral science applied to societies. It's the way to bring in a multidisciplinary approach the different disciplines that is necessary to understanding the way societies evolve in view of the different factors which are impacting them. And in relation to these opportunities and relating to this big study we have undertaken to revisit the 21st century narratives, the key factors are for the next decades: climate change, geopolitics, and new technology like artificial intelligence and also biosynthesis and this type of stuff. Strangely enough, when I just read in coming here this morning, in Le Monde, the newspaper, there was an interview of the leader of the most important maritime company, which is #2 in the world, called CMA-CGM. The guys say we have 3 factors to deal with it for our life, as a maritime transport: geopolitics, climate change, artificial intelligence. That is the key factors, and we have to deal with that. That means it becoming, in the mind of the society, you have at the global level, as well as the macro, the meso, and the micro level, as this company, in fact, an understanding which is coming, a common understanding. And let me finish by the last point, which is the threats. The real issue for integrating foresight, future studies, as well as social science and humanities, is the power system, which is affected by silos, which is affected by inertia, by short-termism, and so on. And what is necessary is to come with a way to counteract that. And the key thing, and that's my last word, the key thing is probably the proper use of the social medias, providing they are used efficiently with integrity and so on. And to finish up, if there is something to be done today in probably at the level of Europe, it's a big program, a large-scale program on the future of Europe, bringing together these different factors to see where this Europe is going towards the end of the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. As an historian, my foresight usually ends yesterday. So I think it's pretty impressive to try and look 80 years or 75 years ahead. I take with me as well this thought of we need to think deep, large, and great. I think that fits very well also with the topic of this block. We have one last speaker. We were supposed to also have Lydia Borel-Damiens from Science Europe, but unfortunately she fell ill. So we move directly to Timo Maas. He's from PBL, the Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency, and he's going to give you some insights in co-creating the science to policy interface.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me at this conference. I don't have any slides. I will hope to be interesting enough after lunch to keep you awake with what I'm going to be saying. And this session is about innovation, as you pointed out, Sven. It's about risk. It's about making people maybe a little bit uncomfortable. And this is one thing that I'll be trying to do. And I'll be talking also about the other side of innovation, ex-novation, phasing out things that maybe we should get rid of. So I work at the Dutch Government Research Institute for Environmental Policy, the Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency. I identify as a knowledge broker because that's what my organization does, but I also study the relationship between research, policy, and society. And I take that word relationship really quite literally. So I'm here to present myself as a couples therapist, as someone who deals with couples therapy for this relationship. And I think that sort of couples therapy for the relationship between science, policy, and society is long overdue if we want evidence-informed policy making to have a future. And my concerns are not about post-truth or about a lack of trust, about fact-free politics. They're a bit different, and I'm very glad that, Jean-Eric, you had the word power on the last slide, because I think for the past 2 days I've heard very little about power, I've heard very little about politics, and we talk a lot about policy, but we conflate policy and politics maybe in that a little bit too often. So I'll do what Belgian philosopher Isabelle Stanger calls trespassing, and she means it in the sense that scientists often feel very uncomfortable to talk about these things, and I will trespass into the world of power and politics and how they relate to the science policy interface. And I think we're all here because we have this hunch that contemporary problems like climate change, which is of course an issue that my institute deals with a lot, that they stand to gain from a better relationship between expertise and politics and policy. See, it's difficult to keep them separated. And maybe it's even more than a hunch. We actually expect that that relationship to help address those issues and maybe even solve them for us. Lemaitre, in his video speech yesterday, he talked, I don't speak French, so these were the only 2 words I picked up on, but he talked about ecological transition. And I was like, yeah, that's what I work on as well. And anyone who's ever been in a relationship, I think, knows that cliche that a relationship is very hard work. And that also goes for the relationship between science, policy, and society. And in that, and this is where me as a couples therapist comes in, I see a mismatch in what we want from this relationship and what the work that we put into it can do. There's really quite many expectations about what that relationship between science, policy, and society should deliver, should do, but they do not really match how we work on that relationship. So for me, as a therapist, there's this couple, or maybe a trio, like polyamorous relationship. We can get into that after this in the coffee break. And they're sitting on the couch. They blame each other for the relationship not functioning, not delivering, or sort of on their expectations. But they also haven't talked to each other about what they expect from it for a very long time. So I'm glad that at this conference we're at least trying to do that. And as a therapist, I see conflicting expectations that these actors, these spheres have, in how they expect the evidence to function, what they expect evidence to do. And this causes problems, because of course that relationship, the way that evidence can be used, can do very many different things. But it can't do, as the movie title is, everything, everywhere, all at once. So if we do not find ways to decide on that and make that more explicit, we'll keep talking past each other. And especially with an eye on these sustainability transitions, I think there's 3 assumptions that are often made about how evidence works, how policy works, and how the 2 are related or are to be related, that are unproductive and limit the potential of evidence to contribute. And I'll be very brief on them because I don't think I have that much time. The first assumption that we make is that knowledge is neutral and value-free. It's not, and it's common knowledge in my field, history of science, sociology of science, that knowledge is always political and normative, in any case, in the effects that it can sort out for. And that's actually a good thing, because policy is also about changing things. Policy is never neutral. It's about doing something, changing something. And I think where we run into issues is that we find it very difficult to talk about normative aspects. We find it very difficult to talk about things in terms of desirability. So instead, we end up talking about things in terms of to be or not to be, but that's really not the question. Assumption 2 is that we need to know first before we can act. We need to know whether nuclear energy is safe before we can do something about it. I mean, we're not going to figure out that question. And it's a weapon. It has been used as a weapon I'm thinking of weapons of mass destruction now, but it's been used as a weapon through doubt-mongering and creating doubt about the link between smoking tobacco and cancer, about climate change and fossil fuels. The fact that we think we need to know before we can act can be used to forestall any action in favor of vested interests. There are many things that are unknown that we will just simply never figure out, and we need to deal with that and accept that we have to learn by doing. So I like the hypothesis and testing and going back and forth in that. Policy is always an experiment in that sense, as someone said in a previous session. And the third assumption is that we need to all agree, that we need consensus. And there's sort of a wish or maybe even an illusion that we can control change and can keep everything nicely managed. In this third assumption, depoliticizing, consensus are the magic words. And anyone who comes with terms like conflict, dissensus, politics, they're derogatory terms. So they're almost filthy. And But of course, the interests and the preferences of different people, they differ, and expertise cannot align these things. We need to deal with a pluriformity and pluralism in society, but also in science and different ways of knowing, which I think is something that Rick also very nicely pointed out in his talk. And the problem with these assumptions together is that whenever there's disagreement about the direction we should be heading, the choices that policy making should be making, we often fall into a sort of politics of necessity. We must, we need to, we have to, we must follow the science or listen to the scientists. And for instance, in the Netherlands, we are now talking about we must disconnect all our houses and all our economy from natural gas. And that word must in there, if we could just replace that by want to, we can actually fill in reasons to disconnect from natural gas. We can fill in a reason we want to do something about climate change. We don't want to be reliant on Putin and his antics. Or we want to do something about the earthquakes that are happening in the north of the Netherlands as a result of natural gas extraction. And what this politics of necessity does, it makes it very easy for policymakers, for politicians to hide behind science and to offload their responsibility for making normative decisions and explaining these decisions in normative terms to scientists. They cannot be held accountable anymore for those decisions. And it's such a shame, I think, because it limits the potential of expertise to contribute in other ways. Because what this politics of necessity does is that it narrows down the contribution of expertise to asking questions of are we doing things right? But what it doesn't do is help us formulate are we doing the right things? And of course, when we're talking about transitions, any kind of change, we need to ask that question as well. And we need to figure out whether the things that we are trying to do right are actually the right things to do, or whether they're getting us into the wrong direction. And it's much more difficult. It's a question that can never be answered. So that's why such a continuous dialogue between policy, politics, society, and science is so important. And it means that to get there, you cannot delegate the question of what is the right thing to do to scientists either. And this linear idea of requiring a better relationship or more science, more knowledge, more evidence-informed policy, there's something easy and gratuit in it. We need to ask the questions of why do we actually need science or knowledge or evidence, whatever term you want to use for it? And to what end do we want this knowledge, this evidence? There's not just interesting questions, but there's also questions in a particular interest. And I think that this requires, or can be helped by the idea of what in the UN Climate Convention is called common but differentiated responsibilities. So everyone in this relationship is together responsible for the relationship to function, but they have their own sort of contribution and part in it. Which means that policymakers, the wider spheres of politics and society should be more involved in answering questions of whose interest, what sort of knowledge do we want, why do we want that. They need to be involved in articulating what's going to happen if we have that evidence. Once we've figured something out, then what? Too often there's this assumption that some magic will happen after we've published the report, also in behalf of policymakers. And researchers should recognize and also resist when they're being used for a politics of necessity. And policymakers should step forward, take their responsibility for evidence that is actually informative. That, to me, is if we take this analogy of a relationship, but also the conference hashtag Stronger Together, is what it all comes down to. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I like the idea of going from need to want. I think that's indeed something we hear a lot from policymakers as well. We need to do that. There is no alternative. And innovation also comes from looking for those alternatives. So I like that very much. And I was also thinking, when we have this interaction, what's within our circle of control. And when you have this marriage counseling, let's put it like this, what are the steps that I can take? It's so much easier to say, but it's those other people need to solve it. But what side of the bridge I can start building? I think that's definitely a relevant point also for how do we move on from this? And we have this debate, what's the next steps? What steps can we take in order to move forward and improve this science policy interface, and especially the role of social sciences, art and humanities inside. So thank you for that contribution. You can sit down for a second. I'm going to let them talk a little bit amongst themselves. So you know the drill by now. I'm going to ask you just to innovate a little bit to make groups of 3. Yeah, so you might need to move yourself a little bit. And I would like you to step a bit out of your own box. I've noticed in this day and a half that you are all well-behaved people who come with sensible solutions. We need to communicate more. We need to engage with each other. We need to go from a conflict model to a cooperation model. All very nice and well-behaved ideas. In the spirit of innovation, though, I would like you to have a conversation about what outrageous solutions might we propose. I heard a lot, but the social sciences, we are a bit underneath. We don't have enough place. We don't get enough place. So what guerrilla techniques maybe you can come up with to get yourself in the picture? Maybe there are some dangerous ideas present here, or something that is really crazy. Most, or not most, let me rephrase that. A lot of innovations come from these conversations. Imagine we could do that. Wouldn't that be great? So have that conversation now. What solutions, what outrageous, crazy, dangerous, guerrilla solutions can you come up with in order to improve the science policy interface and the role of social sciences, art and humanities inside that process? There is a Mentimeter where you can drop your ideas as well. I'm going to give you a bit more time, so 10 minutes to discuss, because sometimes coming up with crazy ideas takes a bit more effort and time. So enjoy, and I'm looking forward to see some of your results. That's 10 minutes. Good. So why did I make you do this? You might think, these crazy ideas, that's not really useful because they are not implementable. Somebody has thought that? You have thought that? Yeah, a little bit. That's fine. I agree. Sorry? We should start with it today. We should start with it today. This morning? Yeah. I think what is useful for me, at least, about this is that it's easier to make crazy ideas realistic than the other way around. So, for example, I see indeed Tinder for scientists. Probably a Tinder for scientists might not be the best idea, but maybe some kind of app that connects people and where it's easy, to see, okay, I am involved in this field, and you can search for people like this, potentially. European tool, which for me, at least, I'm not in your field, but seems something that should be feasible, right? We should go on strike until we are heard properly. I used to work in a youth organization. And we noticed a drop in participation. And we actually did that. We closed doors for two weeks and said, look, if there's no interest, why are we here? And quite quickly, people came back, it's a pity, actually, we like your involvement. Not saying that you should go on a strike, but maybe force a bit this need of people for your involvement. See, actually, it's better with you than without you. Unless it's better without you than with you, but that I don't know. Take students seriously and involve them in support functions. That seems pretty feasible. Limit scientific publication to max 1 per annum. Maybe not that, but in the JRC, there's a head of unit who has a rule that papers that go to policymakers can only be 3 pages max. And 3 pages is 3 sides, so, front and back 3 times. Maybe not it, but that could be one. Communicate better about success stories and successful initiatives. That's something I hear on many conferences, and then when I ask for success stories, usually there's not a lot. So creating them and collecting them might also be something to go. Have a repository of successful examples that people can pick from there. Stop complaining to come from the social science, art and humanities sphere. Just be self-confident. If you don't believe in yourself, who will believe in you? Right? It's an attitude as well. Blow up social media platform used for self-promotion. I think you also mentioned the good use of social media. Use it. Why not? It's a tool that is available. Reduce bureaucracy. I think we can all agree on that one. Increase our handprint rather than our footprint. The crazy idea was not to use social media. Not to social. Yeah, well, could also be. Allow for longer process and more flexible deadlines without removing expectations. The challenge is not meetings, but what happens after. So the challenge is not conferences, but what you will do with this as of tomorrow. Policymakers must cite their sources in policy papers and decision-making documents. Scientists can then track and be rewarded for their contributions. That's maybe an interesting solution. Somebody's very enthusiastically. Yes. Yeah. There's a small applause coming, yes. We heard this actually over and over this period. There's no structure that actually incentivizes these kind of things. Maybe this could be one of the ways of doing that. Reward useful PhD thesis, move away from a mindset in a society of abundance. S4P ecosystem, Science for Policy ecosystem, is not complete without industry and businesses. Bring them on board. That's a nice bridge with the first debate we had here with the minister, who didn't enjoy businesses and industry and people on the same page. Consider that diversity of approaches in social sciences, art and humanities is a richness for policy making, diversity of views on same reality. Mandatory minimum amount of sleep for innovative dreams. Great. move away from, switch roles for X months between researchers and science and policymakers. In whose countries does that exist, these schemes, where scientists go and work in a policy-making institution for a bit and vice versa? In the US? A bit in Belgium? In the European Parliament, I think the JRC also has some schemes with the Commission. Yeah, so it already exists, but maybe it's something to strengthen and to roll out in different countries. No more traditional academic faculties, but, and now we stay waiting, what's coming? But mission-oriented academic faculties. Translational science is urgently needed. Yeah. Somebody who's actually bringing these different languages together. You had a comment? No? Pay researchers. Nah. Yeah, okay, let's look a bit more up. Or down, actually. Organize future conferences as hypothesis testing events, fewer presentations and requests for 10-minute solutions, more hands-on testing and concern for the conference building something different. I think that would be my recommendation for you. It's the next conference, start from here and then see what do we do with this that we already have. I see conferences going over and over and over, starting from the beginning. At a certain point, draw a line. This is what we have. How do we move on? Incentives in university and research institutions for researchers to engage in a dialogue with politics. Ethical behavior in the lab. You don't behave ethically in the lab? Lab environment towards who? I like this tension building up with this. Towards students and colleagues, okay. Scientific social service with public contracts. Make consumers and politicians aware of the impact of their decisions. Making information easily accessible and findable. Make some civil servants do a PhD. I think some civil servants have a PhD. Organize team building, moderate discussions with policymakers, researchers, and social partners regularly at regional and national level. Yeah, there are some crazy ideas that I think could be made implementable, but I also see quite a lot of practical implementable solutions. Well done, applause for yourself. Very good. Are you satisfied with what you saw? Sorry? Terrible. Yeah, the guerrilla is maybe not so present. Yeah, I think the strike maybe is more closely. Before we have a break, we still want to have a small conversation about innovation with our panelists, so I can invite them on the stage. And as you see, if I also take a chair, we have 5 chairs, and the last chair is actually for the audience, for you. So how will we play this? We will start with a conversation, and anybody who wants to join can get on the chair. And actually, I will stand because I always want an empty chair. I always want an empty chair. If you see somebody coming to the front to occupy the empty chair, that means the other person needs to leave. So it's a bit of a dynamic debate. I don't know if it will work with this crowd, but let's try. Yeah, let's see. No pressure. If you don't want to join, don't join, but it might be an opportunity to bring out an interesting point. What will the debate be about? We'll have 3 different steps. I'll give them in advance so you have the scoop. First, we're going to talk a bit, what did you hear and what did you notice when you listened to your colleagues doing their speech about innovation? Then we'll take a look at so what? What do we want with this? Why is this relevant, important? And then lastly, we'll go with what now, what actions should we take? And that's a bit the format that I have in mind. And so, starting with that first part, if you listen to each other, which I hope you did, what did you notice in each other's speeches? Are there some trends? Are there some red lines, some things that struck you that stood out? Maybe you can give some insights in that. And any of you can start. Something interesting that you heard in each other's conversations. And maybe take the microphone. Yes, you have one next to you.
Let me just pick up two ideas. One from Finland, which, by the way, has been for foresight and future studies a real pioneer, both in academics as well as in politics. A policy who is creating at the parliament level a committee for the future. It was done in '89, I think. I was at OECD at that time, and we evaluated. It was very pioneering. So Finland is a very interesting case because they continue to pioneer the field. And this story about the red team and the way to approach now the integration of science into policy and politics has moved to a war approach, thinking about hypothesis and testing with the red team approach, which is developed now notably in France, but in US and elsewhere, in Japan, for the defense thing. So it shows a shift in the way we think now in the integration of science, social science, into society and politics. And we are becoming an approach which is a matter of survival through a war. That's, I would say, this dimension of war. And then I like the approach of the couple therapist, which is related to another thing, which is emotion, affectivity, love, and this problem of how to make science and policy becoming a couple functioning. So this opposition, this contrast between war and love, was for me a very interesting way to put the picture.
Thank you.
Well, maybe I can continue from here. I think that I'll very much second what you said as well, and I think both of your talks kind of pushed the idea that the old delineations of, between science and policy, politics, and how we, what are the necessary and sufficient conditions of science as well, where is the pure science, the independent science, the real science, etc. I think those are becoming more and more challenged, and they ought to be challenged as well. So I like your science plus art as foresight, absolutely. So we shouldn't be too, the scientists have also been too snobbish for a very long time about being the pure science and not to be contaminated. Oh my God, citizen science is challenging that as well, as it ought to. The ivory towers should be demolished, as somebody wrote there, definitely. So all about that. And I think that's the same we're seeing with these type of paradigm shifts where we're looking at uncertainty, knowledge, politics, participation, power, also in a way that we are entering into some sort of a renaissance with hope for that we emerge from there in a, in a much better shape than we were at this dark age, I'd say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we have a new panelist.
I'm trying to break the manner.
If you speak, also maybe quickly say who you are and from what organization you are.
Hi, I'm Annelies de Waal. I work for the Flemish Government, Department of Economy, Science and Innovation, and I'm here to try to get you to come here as well and take over my seat. And please join us. And also, especially, be confident. Yeah. Also, if you're a woman, break the mantle. Yeah. I just wanted to, the content-wise contribution and not just the call for action. I always had for myself the question, whose responsibility is it to make it work? And you said, like it is in a relationship, you're all responsible, which I find a very, very nice conclusion. Not something that I can put into practice like immediately, because it means there's not one person I can ask to fix this, but it is encouraging. Voilà. Okay. Someone take my seat, please.
Yeah, because she has to stay until somebody comes.
Can somebody take mine as well, so we get some gender balance as well? So
can be. You're encouraged to come. In the meantime, while you are gaining your courage, we'll hear from Timo.
Yeah, I'm very glad that you say it's not something you can implement straight away, because I'd be worried if it were. This morning we saw on the different pieces to the puzzle that there were a lot of pieces that had to do with changing a mindset.
Take one.
And
Please still take my seat.
in terms of introducing a new mindset, we also need to think about what makes the old mindset persist, who benefits, what sort of structures, what interests benefit from that old mindset persisting. And I would be surprised if you could ask for one person in your organization and magically it would have happened, or it would have happened already.
It would have been a bit easy, that's true, but maybe we should all try to lead by example, and I will do so. But I'm only one small fish in this fishbowl. Please come and lead by example as well.
Maybe if I can add a good example of something that actually does exist, and it links to what Jacco said about reports maybe being something you do just because people expect you to do it, but it's not the core of your work, and to the foresight and what doing foresight from a knowledge broker organization in relationship to policy making can look like. Colleagues of mine, they work on foresight studies, and they've developed a series of scenarios for the future. Different scenarios, value-driven, really taking very different perspectives on what sort of a future the Netherlands, in this case, might look like, what we might want it to look like. And they finished the report halfway their project. And the second half of the project, they're on tour, as they call it. And their time is dedicated to lectures, workshops, communities of practice where they collaborate with policymakers at the provincial level, at the national government level, to actually what they call rehearse the future, and to help that future literacy, that skill and competency of dealing with future in policymaking, to actually help implement that and have the scenarios that they developed, which are very rigorous and very well researched, of course. We also remain a scientific organization. To help use those examples and material to work with.
Okay, thank you. We have a new contributor. Please introduce yourself and which organization you represent, and then the stage is yours.
I'm Wim, and Hendricks, I'm a colleague of Annelies, so it's also a challenge to the room. We have two people from the Flemish community, both policymakers, so please, scientists, I'm male, so please see this as an invitation or a challenge to change the panel. The thing that I was going to add was time.
Time?
How do we invest enough time in this? And perhaps you did already a raise of hands, but how many people did actually have to worry about time to get to this conference, to make time for this? Could I see a show of hands? How many people would like more time in a day? That's a discussion that we had yesterday evening with a colleague from the Netherlands. There's an idea of making the earth spin slower. But we need to invest time in it and make sure that our institutions, whether they be from a policymaker administration, whether they be also for citizens to make time for this, it's an important issue that also is happening in a relationship.
I call it the washing machine problem. Yes, maybe you can use this in your next contribution. My brother moved out of the house a long time ago, but he was still bringing in his laundry all the time for my mother to wash it. And she was complaining to me about that, and I asked her, so, but why do you keep on doing that? But I don't have time to explain him how to use the washing machine. And it's a bit similar, like what will bring more added value? To sit more 1 week on your research or on your desk with the government, or actually spend 1 week to create outreach, to make sure that your message gets across, etc., etc. Think for yourself. What, according to you, would make more sense and have a bigger impact? 1 week of research and meetings, or 1 week of planning impact of that? And so he's gone, but for me that's a bit the answer to the question.
Let me react about the time, because it's a very important issue. In fact, on one side, we need this time and to a certain extent to lose time, just for trying to think what we are going to be, including possibly disappear as a human species, because all what we have been doing to climate and Earth and so on, and killing many animals, species and so on. So people feel the need for that. When you hear about ecological anxiety and so on. So thinking about our future, both as individual and as mankind, requires time. And there are in the future studies field now approach for what we call future literacy, for instance, which try to develop into the public at large a way to think about the future in inventing methodology, including theater or whatever, not necessarily something very formalized. And at the same time, this is the other aspect of time. Our attention to the smartphone has been reduced to a few seconds. And we are completely addicted to this system. And so we are crushed between this desire of time for thinking about the future, and at the same time, we are completely addicted to a few second sequences. And this is a real issue. This is where the social media, if they are properly used as a mindset guerrilla of the minds, could be useful, and notably by the social scientists. You are going to be, in fact, the fighter in this guerrilla of mind, if you take really your role as people who, by integrity, knowledge, try to provide the good information on society and their future, and try to change gradually the mindset of the public at large through the social media tool. And you are the best positioned for that. Take your role as very responsible, as social scientists, because you can check the information, you can fight against the fake news, and you can provide this information on the future of your community, of whatever, with the quality which is necessary. So this is my advice to you, if I may say.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We have 2 new participants. Who are you and what's your message?
Yes, my name is Ásdís Jónsdóttir. I sit on the Science and Technology Policy Council in Iceland. And I have been thinking we need more women in the panel all along. This has been a wonderful conference, so I thought I should not just sit there and think that, I should actually do something about it. And so it seems to me, so the Science and Technology Policy Council that I sit on is a platform between scientists, researchers, and policymakers and politicians. It's a long-term dialogue on policy issues. And it seems to me that in the bubble, we can discuss a lot of things, but at the end of the day, at the end of each meeting, we had the same question: how do we involve the citizens? How do we involve the voters? Because if we can discuss all we want in our little bubble, but if we don't engage people in these issues, some of which are very complex, we cannot continue. So, and I think it relates to what you've just mentioned, also concerning young people, because how do we engage young people in a constructive imagination of futures when the news are the way they are today? And I feel that more and more young people are becoming very cynical and desperate for a new kind of dialogue, for a new kind. So I think that is a very, very important question to bring in the citizens, and especially the young people.
Thank you. Oh, we have Arend, if you can give him a microphone.
You don't have a mic.
There you go.
I can shout. But, yeah, Barend van der Meulen. I'm Professor of Higher Education Studies in Twente. And I thought this is the time chair, but there's also a time chair now, so I don't know. But so I was triggered by the notion of time in a different way. And that, now we're all with men. Stop speaking.
It's live. We just need to go with the flow.
I stop speaking before there is a female. I strike now.
There is still an empty chair to be filled. Then someone has to go. No, we can just fill it. Okay. Rick, come on. Come on, guys. Anarchy. Continue.
No, you're not sitting down.
I mean, I'm the one who asked you to be more guerrilla, no? So I shouldn't complain about it now. You get what you deserve. Yes, Barend.
Yeah? Okay. And I've... this is... Okay. Now I'm strike again. I want to have a female. I'll do it again. Okay.
Go. We're curious. At least I'm curious.
Yeah, but I was triggered by the notion of time, and I realized that I'm 60 now this year. I turned 60. And I've working from that I was 25 and did my PhD on some of the same issues time and again. And I've regretted, and I realized that is one of the main reasons that I had some impact of my expertise on this notion of the role of science, the role of universities in society. And one of the impacts is that now in the framework of research assessment in the Netherlands, there's a clear idea of how you should include the impact and the social responsibility of science within the research assessment. Mm-hmm. And it's not my only work, it's not one publication, it's not one project, but it's an ongoing effort and an ongoing engagement with this issue. So I think it's a success story, it takes a lot of time, and I think that when we think in the academic community about having impact or having influence on policy, we're too much focused on just one publication, one meeting, one person, one project, and not at the institutional level and on the longer time level.
Okay, thank you for that. And we have 3 new people. This is actually working. Let's do it in the order that you arrived at the stage.
Okay. It's working. Okay, thank you. No, we are discussing a lot about how to integrate, evidence policy making on the researcher side, on the policymaker side. But I think the level of the public administration and the civil servants are also very important. And we have a lot of opportunities because so many people are working in public administration with research skills. So many people have even PhD within administration, not only science administration, administration in general. So I really think we also should be more innovative in the way we manage the human resource within the administrations. And I really think that we could implement, naturalize somehow this evidence-based process with policymakers, but certainly and also beginning with our administration. We have the resources, we have the skills, let's begin tomorrow or even today.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful, thank you. No, it's Gabi. Gabi? He already has said a part of his piece, so I'll take him after your contribution.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I wanted to add something that I think is very important because we talked a lot about behavioral change that is required to make evidence-informed policymaking work, right? And I want to second Jean-Éric. You left, but I want to second you because what we are advocating for with Foresight is structural, procedural governance changes. And these are potentially more required those days than behavioral changes on the policymaker side and the academic side. Why is that? We are dealing with policy problems that are naturally, intrinsically intertwined. Climate change cannot be detached from the social dimension of energy, water poverty, water supply. So we have policy problems that interconnect, right? That means that we need detached electoral cycles from policy agendas. The SDGs went in this direction, where you actually tie the hands of governments in a way if you take them seriously. But that requires a more programmatic and long-term view on policymaking. And here what you said, that in Foresight, essentially because of all of the preparation work that goes into the scenario development, where you dive into the past and really develop scenarios based on past knowledge that has been gathered, research, this is actually an exercise that you can't do without the social science, arts and humanities. So if we manage to not only understand that we need to deal with uncertainty, but also understand that we cannot limit uncertainty in policymaking, but we cannot limit unpreparedness through foresight. And that's what we do, because we narrow the corridor of the unknown unknowns and the known unknowns, because we think about scenarios and options. So in this way, I want to second you that beyond behavioral change, We need structural governance change to make our systems fit to limit uncertainty in a way as to extend our policy preparedness. Thank you.
Step away from the 4-year government cycle and find answers on a longer, for the policy agenda. Okay, good. Thanks a lot.
Well, let me put a word, a positive word on this. I think there's a lot going on. I mean, there are many researchers are contributing, many researchers that get involved. Too often is individuals' connections. So one of the things, I mean, I live in the Brussels bubble, and I see so many people passing by and giving advice on behalf of hundreds of researchers, which is a dangerous thing to do. But there is a lot of interaction and coordination, dialogue, discussions, and more we become in a knowledge society. Not only more people contribute from the science world into the policy world, but also more people in the policy world have the right expertise for doing it. And more importantly, we're developing capacity within local communities, what Marco was saying. There are people hired systematically who are able to read the data. There are still lots of places where if you go in any city council and trying to provide data, they just look at the table and go, okay, what do I do with it? Air quality, for instance, is one of the typical examples. We had tons of data on air quality, but have you seen any city council with really serious problem of air quality? Forget about the big capitals, but the little towns are going, yeah, we're not doing well. All right, never mind, the next. But in a knowledge society, we are developing a lot more of this capacity. We're building a lot more. One of the things that we haven't talked about it is when a policymakers take a decision, it takes a decision on behalf of the fact that it's been voted to take decisions, and he takes a decision because that's his job. When an advisor, a scientific advisor, advises on something, only advice on something, is not responsible and liable for the decision making on the basis of that advice. And when an academic publish, carry a huge amount of liability on that print paper because his career depends on that. So the mix and the mix of the responsibility, liability issues is very, very crucial in this relationship. And nonetheless, we have a lot of cross-fertilization. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Keep your comments, but maybe also try and put it a bit in the scope of what now? I think we've covered already some of the so what's during the conversation.
So what now?
What now? What's next steps?
What should we do?
Yeah.
So reflecting maybe on these previous comments, I think that I also I'm an optimist by heart, and I want to see the positive future. And if we look at how the foresight capabilities have developed since the SDGs, and SDGs was the first kind of collective conscious deliberation about long-term future participatory global in a way that was ever done in that way. So even though it's not achieving what it ought to have done, it's still created a terrain for us to build new institutions and better institutions. I've seen the development of foresight institutions in Finland quite a bit. I say exactly, have more PhD programs for foresight, invest much more for foresight capabilities. Now with COVID and with Russian attack, we're seeing much more appetite for foresight work as well. So use that opportunity window to push more foresight activities. One thing is also to improve and educate the next generation of scientists to not think in the linear fashion of impact, where the research output is the first step to make it more palatable, and then stepping of having impact based on your research output. But rather, I'm seeing optimism because we just released a handbook for research impact in Finland for policy impact, which is now also available in English. And so the Finnish Academy of Science and Letters English page page. You're welcome to have a look. But it spread in Finland enormously. They're realizing we've seen science communication 1.0, and now we're moving towards from science communication 1.0 towards like impact mindset and understanding of leveraging different networks and leveraging different channels and opportunity windows for impact. And we should educate those next generation scientists to actually do that. And then we can have a more diffuse, more kind of more capable, broad landscape of researchers of marching into the guerrilla war with us old farts here. Thank you.
If I may, there's also some researchers that do not want to do it.
That's fine. That's completely fair enough. I agree.
Yeah. Timo?
Yes, two related points, and maybe start by nuancing the impact of the SDGs a bit. There's a very large social science study of the impact of the SDGs, finding virtually no effect. Discursive, people are talking about it, but actual implementation, actual change is really far from happening. And with that in mind, I'd like to push back a little bit on what you said, Gabi, about these long-term agendas replacing election cycles. I see a risk in further eroding democracy as a result of that, because elections are a central component of democracies. But what we too often do is that we say something as a democracy because there are elections, and we don't think about what a democracy is in addition to election cycles. And we should, I think, avoid this taking on a sort of savior idea as scientific community, as knowledge brokers, that we can solve all the issues of democracy through better knowledge. We need innovation in democracy, and that's my what now we need, and we will hopefully have conferences that are actually about innovating democracy. And maybe those are not conferences that we will all be at, but we need the ideas there in addition to the sort of stuff that we're talking about here.
Okay, two last comments. I have you and then Jean-Eric. You can go and then we'll close with Jean-Eric.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So some immediate reactions on the SDG and on the clarification policy agenda and electoral cycle. So it might be that we, from the Northern Hemisphere perspective, have a feeling that the SDGs didn't change a lot because we just ignore the questions that are actually for us to address in societies. Right? No poverty. We have tremendously high child poverty for developed societies. This is something that the SDG would ask us to look into, but policymakers are able to select, pick and choose which they want to reply to. So I would challenge that the SDG had virtually no impact. They empowered a lot of communities in the global south to bring forward policy questions that were completely ignored. So there we might have to zoom out a bit for the perspective that we analyze such a global narrative of our development with. What I meant with detaching the policy agenda from the election cycle is responding more to the questions and the policy problems we are facing currently. We do face one main policy problem that makes us close down the planet, which is climate change. And this is hopefully detached from any type of electoral campaign. This is a problem that humanity faces, and if we do not react and make that a long-term policy objective of societies, then actually policy making is just piecemealing and short-termism. We can agree on that, but this would be a trajectory that I wouldn't share. Yeah? Okay. And the third point with what you meant, Jaakko, I very much second that academics should engage, but we also need then to do a bit of introspection and change our academic evaluation systems, because currently we're disincentivized to do anything else than publish peer review. Yeah. And that's a shame, actually. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will support fully what you said. For me, the action now, since you asked for that, is a large-scale program at the European Union on the future of Europe in the context of climate change and changing geopolitics and major technological change. And you mobilize social scientists, foresight and future studies specialists on such a large-scale program involving most of all the European countries, experts, with a view to communicate to the public at large the outcomes. And that should be a mission-oriented program, 3 years, no more. And suppress afterward, to be sure that you are not building institutions. I would reward the social scientists and others according to what you said, not based on publications, but on the quality of the research produced and the way they communicate, and so on. And you have already institutions in universities, and not only in Finland, but elsewhere, who can support that. And there has been experience in the past in Europe. There was a FAST program. FAST was built up in the 90s, late 90s. And it did some impact. But today, we have to multiply that by 10 in order of magnitude in face of the tempest, the hurricane that mankind is going to face in the second part of this century. So I would advise really to develop, to think about such a large-scale program for Europe.
Thank you. And then indeed, what's the role of science in that, and specifically social sciences, art and humanities? Because as we said, we also need the emotion, we need the people, not just the technical expertise to solve things, or at least to help solve things. Thank you very much for joining in. Thank you very much for joining in. Let's do a quick recap. We had Jaakko starting after the break, the paradox of evidence, and he was talking about several projects in Finland. He encouraged us and you to explore and rethink the science advice model. Then we had Jean-Éric Aubert, who said we need to think deep, large and great, and social studies are not yet included, or not yet included enough in future studies, and he advocated strongly several times for the proper use of social media in order to get this further. And then the last contribution was from Timo, who considers himself a relationship or a couples therapist. I do like that metaphor. I think it will stick here in the room as well. Conflicting expectations, what do we want from each other and what can we deliver? Actually, and there's needs to be a conversation about that. He made 3 assumptions. Knowledge is neutral and value-free, which I don't think is what it is. Problematic assumptions, Joyce. We need to know first before we act. That's definitely problematic. And we need to all agree on something before we can act. 3 things that maybe inhibit us from innovating and moving forward. And then there was this empty chair debate. War versus love was a bit of a contradictory theme that went on. Let's lead by example, and we are all responsible. Mix of responsibility and liability. My decisions have a huge impact, and how do we invest time was also kind of a big theme. And should we invest time, and do we have the time to invest in it? And what now includes citizens and young people, need to restructure governance and governing, detaching elections from the policy making or from the bigger picture, the long-term goals that we need to work on. We have the resources and the skills, so let's begin today. Educate the next generation of scientists to have more innovative mindsets, and avoid savior mentally as scientists. That's what Joyce captured from our conversation. You have been diverging, getting more ideas, getting more information, new insights over the last 1.5 days. We'll take a short break of 15 minutes, and in the last session, we're going to try and converge and see what do we take from here, or what do you take from here, from the different perspectives that were here present, and what can we take home and start working on today or maybe tomorrow, because I think you deserved at least 1 night of rest to work. So 15 minutes of break, that means we see you back here at 3:36. All right, last part of this conference. Anybody here has run a marathon already in their lives? Yeah, I always heard the first 30K is easy, it's the last 10K that actually make it hard. It's a bit like this with 2-day conferences. Everybody can run the 100 meters, but it takes some dedication to finish off the 2 days. And that's what we're going to do now. And we're going to start with a look at, not a look at Joyce, but a look at what Joyce has captured over the last 2 days. As an overview, she has put everything together. And let's see it on the big screen as well, if we can. Can we get the graphic recording on the big screen? No, not the Mentimeter, but the graphic recording. Yes! Joyce, and if you can zoom in a little bit. We started in the middle with the actors. Can you zoom, Joyce? Voila, even more, even more. We had our 4 actors bringing their perspective on the evidence-informed policy making. We had Fabrice Rousselot, who brought the journalist perspective. We had Minister Frank van den Broeke, who brought the policymakers perspective. We had 2 honest or knowledge brokers, Julia and Eric Lambin. And then we also had Professor Marius Gilbert, who brought you the perspective of the scientists. Different perspectives, we need to create, or the goal should be to create impact. We need full exchange of data. And Joyce, can you zoom in just a little bit more still? Because my eyes are getting terrible. Voila. We need a well-developed interface. I think that is something that also came out during the rest of the days. I'm gonna stand here because I cannot really read this. Scientists want to be useful. That's something that Eric Lambin has mentioned. We need a common scientific culture, and we shouldn't forget citizenship. The individualism in society is really something that has a negative impact, and also we need to guide the dissident voices. I don't know if you remember that if we don't give them a place, they maybe take more than the place of the one person. And then we had this moving debate with the statements. Our panelists were quite happy with the role they are having and how this role is being created. In the audience, it was a bit more divided. There were quite a lot of people who were averagely happy, but there is still quite a way to progress. So there was a bit of a discrepancy between our speakers and you as an audience. You were very much aligned that the main challenge of evidence-informed policy making is to understand each other. And I think, again, that has been repeated over and over and over again over the last 2 days. And on the last question, that was also quite interesting, policymakers should listen more to scientists instead of industry or citizens. It was really a big range, and we found people all over the place. So there was quite, it's a piece of information where you don't fully agree at the moment. So that was our first block, and then we took a macroscopic view on this evidence-informed policy making. We had Stefan Jacobson talking about behavioral and institutional dimensions, and he was talking about this fact that it's a fragmented landscape. There's not really one clear direction that we're going. There's many institutions and organizations and systems that are working in this field. And he had 3 main takeaways: invest in relevant and impactful supply, tackle systemic issues to strengthen trust, and governance matters, so invest also in the organizational structures. That was the message that he brought. We also had David, who's still here, I think, at least I saw him during the break. He talked about the ecosystem as a whole and the framework for assessing the functions that it had. You all remember the shift from ecosystems to ecosystems, not the other way around. How to be ready for complex crisis. And he had 3 findings that there is incomplete and fragmented advice, that there's no central coordination. That's also something that I heard coming back over and over again over the last 2 days, and a lack of interdisciplinarity and diversity. And we need to start with foundational principles of science to policy. Then you all had the breakout sessions. You remember that because that was yesterday afternoon and this morning, and we had 9 bold statements that came out of there. Teach children a collaborative instead of a competitive mindset from an early age onwards. That was from the first group. Use AI for producing evidence for policy you need, institutional readiness. Invest in research on research to drive evidence-informed policy making to transform the research and innovation ecosystem. Group 4, we need an observatory of ecosystems of expertise. That links a bit back with the coordination as well. Normalize interaction between policymakers and academics for better mutual understanding. Stimulate a circular economy of interdisciplinary knowledge. And then we had the 3 groups that happened this morning. Key message that came out of that: let's organize communication for collaboration, for translation and inclusion. Both researchers and policymakers need a common mindset and specific competences, and nurture safe and open spaces in normal times to support trust-informed policies. Actually, can I add? I will add something to this last one. What I see, and it's just a thought that I have, I see a shift, not a shift, baby, but now often we add next to safe also brave spaces. Safe and brave spaces. If it's only safe, maybe we don't move ahead. Sometimes we also need to be brave to take a step forward. Just a reflection that I have myself about that outcome. And then we had the afternoon, the multidisciplinary and policy-making role of social sciences, art and humanities, where it was very hot down here. It's better actually. Basically, it's a good thing to work in an interdisciplinary way. It helps with, or we need an ongoing conversation in order to do that. And strategies to achieve that integration is redefinition, theory, extension, organization, and transformation. And that leads to this further integration. We need to infuse the whole community with interdisciplinarity. And the question, of course, is how do we do that, and which innovative ways can we come up with to work on that? And that brings us to the last session of today. We had 3 speakers who brought some innovation, and you just heard that and you were witnessing that, so I will no longer, or I will not repeat everything that was said there, but just let you gaze at the image for a minute. So that's what we've done, or what you have done over the last 2 days. Let's do a small exercise. Put your fist like this.
Which hand?
You can choose the hand. And I will count to 3, and if you see this, do you think, yeah, good job? Then you give a 5. If you think, oh my God, what have we been doing here the last 2 days? You give 0, and then everything in between, right? So I'll give you a second to think about it. 1, 2, 3, go. I see a lot of 4s. I think 4s are the dominant sign. There are some 5s as well, but a lot of 4s. I don't see much 3s or 2s, no 1s, no 0s. So, okay, I think you made a dent at least. Very well. You will also get these. The organizers will send the outcomes and the visuals to you as part of the final report, but they will talk about that later. Now that we've passed the 2 days, we started with a perspective from the different actors, and we also want to close a bit with that. So we have 3 people, and we ask them, from your role, from your actor role, what reflections or what ideas or what insights did you get from these 2 days? And let me invite our first person, that's Annelies, who will bring a bit the policymaker perspective. What did you take from these 2 days from your role. Yeah. You can go on there, or you can sit on the chair as you wish.
Okay, hi, here I am again, taking up the brave space, or at least trying to. I'm one of those civil servants with a PhD, and I know that there are some other in the room, so if you would please raise your hand if you're a civil servant who holds a PhD. See, so they do exist. I know more of them still as well. I have a PhD in physics, so if I go back 5 years in time, I would never have thought to be on this conference on social sciences and humanities, speaking for policy, no less. But yeah, things can change, hats can change. I did a very monodisciplinary PhD, to be honest, so I'm also a bit nervous taking this position, but okay. I changed throughout time, but there is something to be said for this idea that there was along the way to start early enough with educating interdisciplinarity. I think there is a lot of value in that. When I say I have a PhD in physics, I often get the response, oh wow, I could never do that in school, physics. So difficult. Stop doing that. Overthrow the power structures, as was being said. Just don't respond to me like that. It makes me awkward as well. I could never have done a PhD in social sciences. I'm pretty sure of that. Or maybe I should try, you know, you never know. But everyone has his strong sides. So don't assume that it is difficult. It's just a different kind of difficult. What else? I wrote down stuff, because otherwise I lose my thoughts. So I even lose my thoughts when I write things down, but okay. Yeah, then, okay. I started as a scientist, I did a PhD, and then I switched, more or less by coincidence, but okay, I switched to a policy job. And then I saw, okay, this is a different language. So all these referrals to, we should have more training to understand each other, have a common understanding of the language we should be using, they resonate a lot with me. We're also trying to put this a little bit in practice with a start to reach out to our scientists and give them tools to talk more efficiently to policymakers. But I'm very well aware that we also need a lot of work on our policy side, which brings me to this ongoing conversation, which was very nicely visualized with the different speech bubbles. I like this idea, and I guess from a policy side we need to open up ourselves a bit more to this ongoing conversation. So that's one of the main things actually I take away from this, to try and be more reachable. And then the plea for young researchers, bringing in a boost of energy. I really love it. It's also my experience that there are a lot of very engaged people, often in young academies, but also often outside. And they're not always taken as seriously as they should be. They're also not always as confident as they should be. They have a lot of expertise also outside of their niche field. Whatever some politicians might say, you can give advice about things that are not your exact expertise, in my opinion, because you know the scientific method so well and you have an understanding of this at a different level. I have one more thing to add, if I can. I like the idea of collecting success stories. It's a bit. It reminds me of climate change. If you want good news, you really have to actively look for it. And I have the impression that it's a bit the same here. It's easy to dwell on the negative things, but maybe more constructive to look for the positive things. And I will keep it at that.
Okay, thank you for that reflection from the policymaker side. I think we also have a scientist who's gonna shed some light on how they experienced those 2 days and what do they or what do you take from these 2 days from your role. You can take a microphone over here.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. David Domingo here at ULB in Brussels. And yes, I am a researcher, and I am a researcher in the field of communication and journalism. And therefore, I have 2 takeaways from these very intense days. Even if I arrived late because I was teaching Monday morning, I'm still exhausted today. As a researcher, one of the things that really resonated from all the discussions was that if we want to do evidence-informed policy making right, maybe we should strive for doing evidence-based, evidence-informed policy making. What does that mean? That we need to do more research about this process, that we need people taking time doing PhDs, doing projects to analyze what works and what doesn't. And that connects with this idea of sharing the cases, the best practices and the cases that work. If we do that in a systematic way and putting things in context and explaining why did that work in that context with applying most likely social sciences methods to analyze it, we may learn a lot of it, and other people may not have to reinvent the wheel every time. So that's one of the first things that I heard a lot in this last couple of days. But then I'm gonna dare to share with you something that privately I was discussing with Mark van Olsbeck during a break. The idea that social media, not everybody is very fond of it, and I understand that, because social media, the way it is managed nowadays by private companies, is a very frustrating place to be in many cases. So what about, in order to create those safe and brave spaces, in order to create those channels, to make people find each other? Maybe the answer is not a Tinder for science for policymakers, but creating a social network. The concept of social networks has a lot of potential, and that's what many people thought 20 years ago when they appeared, before they went sour. So why not putting public money for the European Union could fund the creation of a social network for science for policy that is a safe, a constructive and empathetic space where people go to listen to other people's ideas and exchange knowledge. The terms of use, of course, will have to be very well thought, but I think that's something that is worth considering. Not let these private companies create something that we will use as clients for them to become rich, but rather let's use our resources to create that, and the public resources to do something that will be useful for everybody. Voila.
Thanks a lot. A perspective of a scientist here present, and then we also have a knowledge broker. You must be Kimberly, correct? Yes. Yes. There you go. How did you experience those 2 days? What are you taking with you?
Yeah, so hi everybody, my name is Kimberly Koestenliebe, and I am someone who works as a national contact point. For those of you who are not familiar with what a national contact point is, we are essentially individuals who advise researchers in various national contexts on how they can participate in the current European Framework Program. And as a result, I found this conference actually really inspiring, and it was really quite a positive thing for me, because I encountered a lot of examples to help us to talk to both sides. Because one of the things that I'm also involved in my work is to help get the social sciences and humanities more integrated into the current framework program and future framework programs. And so we work quite closely with the European Commission on this. And so I felt one of the things that will forever stick in my mind, I think, is the presentation that was given by Dr. Peterson yesterday, because it provided a wonderful example for how to understand this ecosystem in which we function in. I think as knowledge brokers, we exist in a very sort of in-between interstitial space. And so it's not always clear what it is that might be problematic for, I guess, the individuals on the various sides. I think, for example, in my normal daily work, we come into contact with researchers quite a lot, and we also have the opportunity to work with policymakers. But we also know that these are two different worlds, and so being in this space the last 2 days has been really great because I've had the opportunity to come into contact with pretty much all of the actors in this ecosystem. And so that's what's ultimately inspired me and helped me to actually understand a little bit better about some of the tools that we already have available to us, and additionally tools that we can help develop to move forward and to support everyone to just be better at what we're doing. So I would say that's what I take away.
Thanks a lot. There we have it, 3 different perspectives. Let's move to action, like real action. And for that, I need you to take a device on which you can take notes. It can be, you know, like a stone tablet in which you carve some things, a paper, a laptop, iPhone, whatever you use to take notes. And I want you to reflect about 3 things you can and will do in the next, let's say, 10 days to run with the ideas, with the thoughts, with the outcomes, with the things you heard here on this conference. Important, it's things where you have control over. No influence, but control. Something you can do where you don't necessarily need somebody else. Yeah. Things you can do, you yourself, that you don't need somebody else. And take some time to think about it and write it down in a place that you will not lose it. You got it? All right. So it's been shown that if you write things down, they are more likely to happen. It's not a hard law, but more likely. A second thing that helps is to share these ideas with somebody else. And if you can find somebody here that can keep you accountable to them, that's even better. So find somebody, maybe somebody you work closely with or that you already are in contact with, that could keep you accountable for this and that can check in 10 days, hey, did you actually do this? And share what you have with that person. And if you don't have anybody like that, you can just take your neighbor. You shared, or you need another minute? You get another minute. Good. When you are done, shake on it. Like, officialize it with a handshake. So I'm curious, what are some of the things that you have come up with? One action, just one thing
action.
that...
To better investigate in my administration what exists in this.
Okay. Somebody else, be ready, it's coming. One thing, one action that you're gonna do, what?
Hand it back to me. To approach the Royal Irish Academy in Ireland and to work with partners there on developing the potential for research for policy, specifically with some of the ideas that have come forward today. And also to contribute to the new funding agency which is forming, which is a combination of the former Science Foundation Ireland and Irish Research Council, which have to work together on these issues.
Wonderful. Throw it to somebody else. Be ready. It's coming. It's soft, it's soft. It will not harm anybody.
Too soft landing, but
yes.
Here it is. I'm going to go back, need to spread the word with colleagues who are the ones holding the stake on SSH integration in the service.
Okay, wonderful. Watch out, it's coming.
This time at least make sure I follow up on the interesting ideas and conversations that I've had over 2 days.
Yeah.
And not do what I normally do.
Yeah. 10 days is the magical amount of days. After that, it's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah. 2 more.
I wrote a lot of things on my list, so let me mention one of them is that most research is done in teams and not by individuals. Most policymaking is done in teams and not by individuals. But can we create cross-cutting teams where you combine researchers and policymakers to meet maybe once per month or every second month to talk about, is there anything new happening in this area? So I will contact my 2 main stakeholders to try to see if we can create such a team.
Okay, last one. Hopla.
I'm going to actually implement a lot of what I learned right away.
Okay. Throw it back to me. Hey, well done. Nobody got hurt, right? Are you okay? It's smooth. It's smooth. It doesn't do much harm. That really brings us to the end of this content part. And just to wrap it up from your side, you know we had hung up those posters, but I totally understand in the coffee breaks you are busy networking and talking with people. And so we do want to get some of your insights. And so we have a Mentimeter very quickly prepared. It will not require lots of thinking effort because it's a word cloud Mentimeter. So we're going to ask from you 3 words that you connect with these 2 days with the conference that you had, and they will appear there in the word cloud. So this conference in 3 words for you. What is it? Or what was it? It's moving. We have 22, 23. I see inspiration consistently in the center. Collaborative, interaction, connecting are also words that appear. Energy, brave, communication, interactive, translation, useful, dialogue, perspectives, I also see dialogue, networking, power issues, hopes, evidence, intensive, open, understand barriers, interdisciplinarity, social motivation, stimulating, bon bouffe, good food for those who don't speak French, mind-opening, value, engage, practical, sociable, guerrilla minds, needed competences, transparency, connections, no more silence, new learning, brainstorm, storm, no-go system, no ego system, evolution, reassuring, fruitful, yes, yet fruitless. We need more fruit. Practices, marriage counseling, motivation, engage, very, very diverse group of words, a bit like you. And I would like to give the last word of these 2 days to Aziz and to Mark, and they will share what they will do with this conference and with the results that come out of it. And indeed, give them a big, big round of applause.
Okay. So, first of all, we really wish to thank everybody who coming and still with us, you know, in this last afternoon of those very enriching, I think, days. And I will be very brief. I think we alone cannot do anything. We really see ourselves as participants among participants. And this is really what we wished to create in these 2 days with the colleagues, really a dialogue, not between people who know and people who do not know. And I think to some extent, in this regard, it was a success. And what we will do, you know, Aziz is not working in the coordination department, he's working at BELSPO at the program department, but nevertheless, we will do our best to coordinate. We talk to different people who really wish to engage in the making of the policy brief and working together on the impact of this conference. Very concretely, we already talked to 3-4 people. Of course, I still hope that the chairs will still be a bit available to work a bit with us. I'm kidding. I know you are on the after conference things, but we really engage ourselves to do our best to coordinate between us and to transform the discussion into real concrete initiatives at different level. Of course, we are working at Belgian level, but also at the level of the European research area. There are concrete things that can be promoted, that we can together stimulate and foster. You know, I was just briefly discussing about a potential mission about democracy, which could tackle different topics we have discussed today. Of course, I cannot engage to anything right now, but I think I can engage on behalf of the colleagues to be available, participate with other participants, and engage in concrete projects and initiatives. So this is what I can tell, not only on behalf of BELSPO, of course, the Federal Belgian Science Policy Office, but I think I can also talk on behalf of the other organizers. So and maybe this is, maybe we can combine, this is the moment to thank all the colleagues who help us. So the colleagues from the EWI, they are still there, so those are the nice people over there. It's hard to have a very good view on the... the colleague there were other colleagues from the Federation Wallonie-Bruxelles, but Gaëtan, you're still there, so thank you also very much. We also had, but are they still here, the colleagues from Innoviris? A lot of colleagues from Innoviris. So they were also part of the, the committee with whom we thought about this conference several months ago. And we also had the colleagues from the Walloon region and some colleagues also from the funding agency. Natasha, you're still there. So, and not only the FNRS, the French-speaking funding agency, I think that the colleague Manhe from FWO is still there, or at least she was. Anyway, they were also preparing with us this conference. And I almost forgot my own colleagues from BELSPO, the people from the coordination team. So Beatrice, Martim, and Sandrine, who really were on a daily basis working together to prepare and implement and make a reality of this conference. So all those people, thank you so much. And finally, I really, really want to thank all the speakers, all the participants, and all the chairs who constituted this scientific committee. We worked together. It was, I think, an example of co-creation of an event because people from the administration, together with the experts from the scientific committee, we really worked together. So this is maybe the right time to also thank last time the different members of the scientific committees who also were sharing the different parallel sessions in these 2 days. So Eric Matthijs, I don't know who is still with us, but I named all those nice colleagues. Alessandro Allegra, Gabi Lombardo, Holger Strasheim, Gabi Umbach, Maxime Petitjean, Ingrid Van Marion, and last but not least, Anastasia Delinchiauri. So really, thank you, all those nice people, to having made this a reality. So this is what I can tell you. And with all those people and anybody else among us who would like to join, in the co-creation of the concrete impact of this conference, everybody, we will think about the way to remain in contact with the participants, and we will try to organize something to keep all the good ideas that couldn't have maybe been proposed during these 2 days, and to work together on the impact, the concrete impact on this conference. Thank you so much.
Going to say, Aziz?
Yeah. Oh, guys, you gave me such. No, it's not working. I have to go there. It was working? Yeah. It was working, yes. Well, you guys, you gave me such nightmares. I remember saying to Mark, I'm sure nobody's going to turn up. Nobody's going to come. We've got 9 little concerns about social sciences and humanities, and nobody really cares about that. And in fact, 252 people cared about that. 252 people cared about that, and half of them come from not Belgium, but from abroad. Some came from Algeria, from Canada, thanks Rick, from Finland, from Denmark, from everywhere, literally everywhere. Do you know how much 252 divided by 2 is? Or is it too late to ask such questions? No? Okay. So I won't ask you what 252 divided by 3 is. Because in fact, we were also very well divided by stakeholders. 1/3 researchers, 1/3 policymakers at different levels, and 1/3 of brokers. And when you want when you want interactive discussions, and you can mix people from different countries, from different backgrounds, then the ideas that pop up are very sound, very consolidated, very valid, even though we remained sometimes superficial, we didn't create new miracles, but at least we made baby steps in 9 different directions in all of the 9 workshops that we've had, the 9 parallel sessions. These baby steps, they will be printed in a policy brief that the 9 chairs of these sessions will prepare in the coming weeks. A policy brief that will be something that we can all take, and I will simply say what I will do with it. I will take it internally, organizing a research program called Science for Policy. It's destined to support the federal administrations in Belgium with science, and the needs are immense, so there is an appetite. And there is a rich community that can fill this gap. And the steps that you have given me, the safe spaces, the safe and brave spaces, all these ideas, I will implement them. I'm also engaged in a new exercise, mutual learning exercise from the ERA Forum on science to policy network that is information. I'll table this report and I will have a conversation with all these people there. The technical support initiative that you've heard of with Stefan Jacobzoon, that's another instance where we'll discuss these policy briefs and give it some life. So there are many instances. And now if you can think, going back home, where can I bring that policy brief further? Not to mention Cluster 2, where I also am in the European Horizon Europe framework program, where the social sciences have a special place, and where these recommendations or these good ideas will be shared and discussed, I hope, and I will ensure that. But if you can also think of 1 or 2 meetings or organizations to which you think the output that is wrapped up there can be further discussed, take that home, put that on your notes on your mobile phone, and try to reflect on that. In the meantime, tomorrow we will send you a little survey, an outgoing survey for this conference. We will send you all these notes, all these visualizations, also the PowerPoints. I think we can also share with everyone, and then the policy brief. But let's take some time with the experts and produce that by the end of June. I thank you very, very much. It was intense, it was diverse, it was crazy at times. Thank you, Sven, for the crazy moments that we have lived. I never thought you would make a minister walk from left to right or anything like that, or to launch a microphone in the public, or have us count 1 to 3 in different ways. But it was an outstanding moment. I think we'll all remember this, I hope so, as the best conference of 2024 that you have attended. Thank you.
And it's always dangerous to improvise thank you session, without preparation. And I'm really sorry, I forgot the ninth chair. So Magnus Gulbrandsen, of course, was also a very important person in the preparation and within the science committee. So Magnus, of course, you also, we have to applaud you. And since I have the microphone, I also wish to thank, of course, the Commission who provided funding for this event. So thank you also to the colleagues of the Commission.
And Marc and Aziz, before you go, I think Gaëtan from the Federation Wallonie-Bruxelles also has something still to say, apparently.
Apparently.
I just wanted to ask you to upload the two pilots that were in the cockpit, Mark and Aziz, because I think this conference wouldn't have been possible without them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Voilà, that was it. Thanks a lot for joining, and well, keep on working on this topic. Sorry? The colleague who dealt with the sound did a wonderful job. Also the people on top. Let's not forget Joyce as well for the wonderful drawings. The Africa Museum and everybody else who got some stake in this. Thanks a lot and have a safe trip back home.
Marc. Ok.
Merci.
Merci Sven, c'était terrible.
Merci.
Je vais faire des choses à cette salle, je crois qu'il m'oublie.